All right, I think I'm live. All right, welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace. Hopefully, you're not in the New Haven lockup this morning after your eventful evening. Grace having a run in with the New Haven police yesterday after chasing Ruby Spacek through the streets of New Haven. Then she had a run in with getting a police adjacent situation with Review Tech USA. What's up, Leave? Very exciting stuff. Vegan Patriot, amazing stream. She's been live now for like over 36 hours, I think. So a lot going on. Whoops. What's up, South to West? It was crazy. I still haven't seen everything, but I saw all of like the once things started escalating. I saw it from there. So I need to go back and watch like toward the beginning of the stream. Or like maybe earlier in the day streams. Weren't there like 3 streams or something? It was like a crazy, crazy day. What's up, Armand? But not to dull the shine on the New Haven police, but the Vegan Patriot did an incredible half-hour deep dive into her sexual history that was epic while she was vaping on a balcony. Perfect. The most insane stream. When they were chasing Ruby, I thought, man, if this is real, like this is absolutely unhinged. Oh my gosh. Well, I've got the request into New Haven Police Department. Grace posted the police report number, so I sent that in. I asked for any calls, I wanted a copy of the report and a link to body cam footage. I will say this: if you go to the New Haven Police Department's FOIA page, they do say they charge. I don't know. It says they cover the first $5 of labor. What's that going to be, like 10 minutes? Like, although in theory they should just be able to click on the number, the case number, and then just everything should be there, right? But anyway, it's filed. I'm waiting on New Haven. They said that they will get back to you either way. Like, they said that they'll get back to you within 5 days and tell you whether or not they're going to honor it and what they can send you and why. And then it could be like a little bit after that till they fulfill it, is what their website says. How's it going, He-Man? So that's what's going on there. I think the most interesting part will be, for me, will be the body cam footage, because I've had Vegan Patriot on intoxicated women causing disturbances, but now we're going to have Grace Thorpe on the show, so that's going to be fun. Oh yeah, I know. It's just state by state, and it sucks whenever they're like, "Oh yeah, if we for them to send a fucking link is they're going to probably charge a bunch of money, but I hope not." But I'm assuming, hopefully, if it's like reasonable, I'll pay it. It shouldn't be. Hopefully, it's not going to be over like 20 or 30 bucks. All right. Well, today this is going to be I don't know how you're going to feel about this one, but I thought we would figure out how to better communicate so that we can get our ideas across, like the great thinkers of our time: Jimmy, Savvy Guy, Angela Aquera, Hail Star. So I've got some videos here that hopefully will teach us how to, and I also found this, there's one that I don't really know what it is, but I saw it and I thought the chat will definitely want to see this. So here's the first one. It's called, it's teaching you how to communicate on the telephone. 500 bucks. I can believe that. And honestly, if they're monetizing it, like, I don't know. I'm always of the opinion that if you're not trying to make money off of something, that you should get you should get a break, but obviously that doesn't happen most of the time. Hopefully it's not, hopefully it's only like a little bit, if it's anything. Sometimes they put that on there too, just as like a deterrent, so that you think, oh, I don't want to spend any money, so you just don't file. And then when you actually file, like Sturbridge was like, oh, you know, we can't release these. We need this information. And I was just like, no. And then they filled what they could from it anyway. Anyway, I'm rambling. Let's go. Uh-oh. Music is weird right out of the gate. No, I don't know anything about him, to be honest. I talked to him to prepare for the stream I did about him, but that was about it. Professor of communication.
In the midst of today's fast-paced, high-tech business world, no form of office
You know who would love this is Richard Ramirez, especially the satanic voiceover.
communication is as personal or widely used as the telephone. Millions of local, long-distance, and overseas calls are placed on a daily basis. The problem lies in the fact that many of these calls are handled by people who have had little or no formal training concerning the correct way to manage business phone communications. Studies have shown that people form their initial impression of a company based on the first person they speak with and how that individual presents their self and their organization. Those first few minutes of a conversation can often mean the difference between a satisfied customer and one who will look to the competition. The purpose of this program is to provide you with a fundamental understanding of telephone etiquette and some specific steps to follow when dealing with both incoming and outgoing calls.
Hello, and welcome to our seminar on effective telephone techniques.
Here's our host,
My name is Mr. Woodson, and I'll be your instructor.
Rufus.
Before we get started, why don't you give me your names?
Nicole Moore.
And working at a crisis hotline? What? Armand, you just tell everybody to find a bridge. What's up, King TL?
Jason Young.
Hi, I'm Stacy Weddington.
I'm Scott Smith.
And I'm Tracy Sullivan.
Well, I'm glad to have
Hey,
you all
Randy.
here today. What we want to teach you is how to handle all types of business telephone communications. The telephone is today's most widely used business communications tool. And as with any tool, it takes training and practice to.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad people like them. I just think it's more relaxing if I'm gonna wake and bake anyway to hang out. I mean, I would be watching the same stuff anyway, just alone.
Properly. The booklets I'm going to pass around to you will show you the various features of the telephones that we'll be using for our practice session. Now, although these features will vary from model to model as far as where they are on the phones, the functions that they perform will basically remain the same. Today,
I don't think that would do too well in a lot of businesses, Squatch.
Today's sophisticated telephone systems offer many features. You should learn to use them to your best advantage. Okay? Let's get started. The first thing we need to discuss is what do you do when the telephone rings?
You know,
Okay, let's see. What do you do when the telephone rings?
you answer it.
Well, that's a start. There are a couple of things you should do before you reach for the receiver. And the first thing is to sit up straight. Good posture is essential in projecting a good.
This is total bullshit. I mean, I get it that they think in their mind, like, oh, if I'm sitting up straight and I'm smiling, like, that's good, but, like, come on.
Good tone of voice. The next thing you should do is smile. Now, I know this sounds kind of silly, but in reality, good posture
Let it
and
go
a
to
smile
voicemail.
are conveyed across the.
That's why I thought this phone thing would be kind of interesting to watch because I'm not saying it's a lost art, but, like, talking on the phone is so much less common now, and a lot of people just completely avoid it whenever possible, it seems like.
Telephone line.
I like talking on the phone because I like, I like interacting with people, but I get not wanting to do it.
So now you're sitting up straight, you're smiling. The telephone rings. When do you answer it? On the first ring? The second? Or do you wait a certain number of rings before you pick it up?
You know, I've heard people say that if you answer the phone on the first ring, that people will think you're too anxious for their business.
Well, I don't know who started that myth, but I
Yeah, I can. Excuse me. I know that you're giving me good customer service, but I couldn't help but hear that you're not smiling. Answer promptly. What's up, King? We got a good rest of the week, man. We got tomorrow. We've got George Dorunda and Primetime. Friday, we got Memphis Wrestling. Saturday, I don't know. I'm trying to find another movie, but if not, we might do like a couple episodes of Phil Don. I've got some banger Phil Donahue episodes we can watch.
ideally, you should answer the telephone promptly. On the first ring, if possible.
What's up, ICL?
Under no circumstance should you allow the phone to ring more than 3 times.
I have like a little bit of extra time too for the rest of this week and next week. Not a long time, but I can go for like an extra hour or so.
The next step is to answer in a courteous, professional manner. Now, if you're a switchboard operator or a receptionist, thank the person for calling, identify your company, and try to determine the nature of the call.
We can essentially have a weekly George Dorunda show for the next year, and then we'll run out of episodes.
You could say, thank you for calling Acme Machinery. How may I help you? Or, thank you for calling Acme Machinery. How may I direct your call? Now, this initial response will let the caller know that you appreciate them choosing your company and that they have, in fact, reached the company that they were trying to contact. And most importantly, that you are interested in connecting them with the person that can help them the most. Now, if you work in another part of the company, identify your department. You can say customer service. This is Miss Pauley, or customer service.
Business owners and shit and managers will be like, listen, we need to get peak efficiency, and then they will absolutely waste your fucking time with shit like this.
Amy speaking. Always use good grammar. Avoid using slang
Pure vibrational resonance.
terms like yeah or uh-huh.
Never say yeah on the telephone.
Remember that by using good grammar, you're presenting yourself and your company in a business-like, professional manner. And eat or chew gum or do anything that would muddle your speech. Avoid trimming endings from words or running them together. Proper enunciation is crucial, especially if you're dealing with clientele on a national or international basis. Now, the last segment we want to deal with is take messages. Everyone who uses a business telephone at one time or another will be required to take a message. Now, there are some guidelines that you should follow to ensure that the information you are relaying is accurate and complete. First, you need to record the caller's full name. Avoid using Joe.
Joe Johnson, taken by Mark Eskeen, for Mark Eskeen on 9. Oh my gosh, guys. This note was taken exactly 10 years, well, not to the minute, but to the day of 9/11. This note was listed on September 11th, 1991, going to Mark Eskeen from Joe Johnson, saying, "Don't be in the building in 01." And then it has this mysterious post office box down here. What's up? I don't know. Do you say your name? I always say it's Sin Orange. Tips are helpful to use not only when on the phone. That's true. You got to replace a toilet. Did you blow it up?
Or Mr. Johnson. The world is full of Joes and Mr. Johnsons, and the person returning the call must know exactly who they need to reach. You will see an example of this later. The next is to record the telephone number, including the area code. You need to be extremely accurate because one wrong digit or
and you'll fly into the wrong building.
Inverting digits results in a useless message. You also need to find out the company the caller is with. Busy executives are often swamped with calls from various individuals.
Doesn't Rich pronounce it like a real fancy way? That's what threw me off, is I heard him say it one time and it was like really fancy.
And organizations. Obviously, some calls are more important than others.
Did you guys see that Grace got a Snort Hogan clip? So her shit with RTU is paying off. I mean, she's getting covered by some of the. Well, I don't know if Snort Hogan's like a. To me, Snort Hogan is a big A-logger. I don't know if that's true in the larger sense.
One way for them to determine which call
Well, not a logger, but I don't know. I don't know what the technical term would be. Detractor channel or clip channel.
calls are urgent and which ones can be returned later
Hey, Eddie,
is
what's
to
up?
know what company the caller is with. And it's all
In the WWE Vault, before I forget, there's a new episode from the Omni, and it's the show with Ric Flair versus Brad Armstrong.
also very important to list the date and time of each call. Here's an example of that. Your boss is in town on business. Monday at 2 p.m.,
Stevens.
Jim Stevens of JS
Sounds like a real bastard.
Manufacturing calls to inform him of a delay in shipping of a much needed
Have you guys ever seen that movie The Jerk with Steve Martin? There's like a guy in it that he's like a shooter, and he just picks a name out of the phone book, and he's like, Navin Johnson. Sounds like a real bastard.
product. The same afternoon at 3:30 p.m., your boss calls Mr. Stevens to
Oh, look
check
at this
about the
guy.
status of his first order. Mr. Stevens informs him of the delay, and the two of them resolve the problem. On Thursday morning, your boss returns to the office
Yeah, agreed, Backwoods. That's why I was glad to see that show go up. It had some other good matches on it too, but I can't remember them. I can only remember the main event.
and while he's going through his messages, he finds one from Jim Stevens with no date on it or no time of the call.
My shipment's going to be delayed again.
This, in my opinion, is fantastic. This is so drawn out for no reason whatsoever. We've been sitting here in silence for like 20 seconds. I would have him be like, oh, thank you for finally picking up, and then be like, yes, I'll hold, and then just sit there for like another 5 minutes.
Yes, Mark Eskew at Precision Pump. I need to speak with Jim Stevens.
Ooh, precision pump.
Yes. Mr. Eskew on line 5? Put him through for me, would you? Hey, good morning, Mark. How are you this morning?
Well, I was fine until I got this message on the additional delay in my shipment. What seems to be the problem? If your company can't manage to deliver on time, I'll find one that can.
What other delay? When we spoke Monday afternoon, I promised you that you would get your order by the 1st of the month.
You mean this message is from Monday and there isn't going to be any further delay?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
Then I owe you an apology for blowing my stack.
What's up, BB? I owe everybody an apology for blowing my stack.
I'm sure now you have seen the importance of a time and date listed on each message. The next step in the message-taking process is to reference the nature of the call.
What's up,
A short
Mindful
note
Exposure?
such as status of purchase order number 3216 will help the person who will be returning the call prepare for the conversation. They can research the information the caller is requesting ahead of time. It is also extremely helpful to determine the urgency of a reply.
9/11.
One step that is often overlooked is to sign your name.
Isn't it weird to think about the fact that, like, Grace has never lit. Grace is a completely, like, I know a lot of you probably are, but I'm just thinking, like, do you think part of the reason that Ben and Grace struggle to connect with each other is because Ben so strongly identifies with 9/11 and Grace has never lived in a world where the towers existed?
Or initials at the bottom. That way, if the person the message is for has any questions, then they will know who to contact. Finally, read the message back to the caller to make sure you have accurately recorded all information. Often you may find a caller
It could also explain why he like wants to target the Zoomers, especially.
Has forgotten to include something important. Don't be afraid to ask questions if you are unsure about anything. It is much more professional to ask questions than it is to relay inaccurate or
This is a really good example of complete corporate waste and ways that if you want to be like maliciously compliant, you can do everything they're saying to every single person who calls, which is like gumming up your phone system. It's slowing everything down. Like ask every single person to read every message back, verify every detail with them, even on like the most mundane phone calls. And just keep doing that till eventually your boss is like, hey, you know what? Just make sure you get the date on it, and that's all we got to worry about.
incomplete information. Now that we've discussed answering the telephone, let's take a look at a short film clip of a receptionist that works for a local company. I believe you will see why her supervisor decided to enroll her in our effective telephone technique seminar.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Ruby at the
I
bookstore.
wish somebody else would get that.
This is exactly what my streamer desk looks like, down to the computer hardware.
Yeah.
No, I never heard of that, Eddie. I'll check it out. What's up, Joe Shabatoni?
Yeah.
Is this the Continental Trucking Company?
Yeah.
Well, this is John Joseph of Express Leasing. May I speak to Mr. Sims, please?
He ain't here.
Ghostbusters.
Do you know when he'll be returning to the office?
I'm not his personal
Listen, your company, you know, your prices are amazing. Your shipping speeds are fantastic. No one can beat you. But when I called up, your receptionist used the word "yeah" when she was talking to me. So I'm gonna give up all those savings and everything because somebody used slang with me on the phone. She's got on a Jedi Joy headband too.
babysitter.
Malicious compliance is amazing, in my opinion. It's one of the most powerful tools you have if you're like a, you know, if you're not if you're not like well off. Malicious compliance, you have to work a real job. Like malicious compliance is a great tool. All right, He-Man. This guy sounds zanned out. Absolutely. For a video about effective communication, very few of these people have very good like speaking auras.
As soon as Mr. Sims returns, could you please have him give me a call? It's extremely urgent.
Okay, I guess.
My number is 6...
Wait a minute. I gotta find something to write on.
This is when somebody tells me about some streamer I need to check out.
Okay, shoot.
My number is 611
Waterproof
555 7777. Tell him I need to know how many large vans he'll need for this weekend.
Okay, Joe, how many lard cans he needs. Let's see, is that 7775555 or 57777? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
I have a feeling Rufus is going to have a lot to say about that.
Okay, now can you tell me wrong?
It'd be easier to tell you what she did right. Nothing. She didn't answer promptly.
Where's she been hiding this whole time?
She didn't smile, and her posture, well, it was terrible.
That's right. Anything else?
When she finally did answer the phone, she was not very courteous. And she also didn't identify the company or ask the caller who he would like to speak with.
What else?
Her grammar was atrocious, and she couldn't speak clearly with that
Angela.
wad of gum in her mouth.
Well, how about the message she took?
What message? She just scribbled some incomplete information on
Lalo.
a napkin that happened to be lying around and then threw it on her desk instead of putting it in the message box.
That's
That's just like Lalo getting catty after people.
exactly right. I believe now you see how important it is to put
Whoa.
all the information that you can on the message that you take.
Hold on.
Even if Mr. Sims had got
Did you really say grace for the, did you really say grace for that blonde woman? Come on. I have good posture. I don't know about that. I'm like kind of gamered up
gotten this
today.
message, he wouldn't have known who had called, what time they called, or what they wanted. And I'm convinced now from all that we've shared that you understand that there's much more to
I sit in like a hard wooden chair.
answering the telephone than simply reaching for the receiver and saying hello. Let's drop back in now on our
Well, that first girl I definitely thought had some potential as far as shooting goes.
receptionist and see if she's learned anything
Blasting off.
from our effective telephone technique seminar.
Thank you for choosing Continental Trucking Company. May I help you?
Yes, this is John Joseph from Express Leasing. May I speak with Mr. Sims, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Joseph. Mr. Sims is out of the office right now. May I take a message?
Yes, could you please have him return my call? I need to check with him about how many large vans he needs for this weekend. It's extremely urgent.
Large
May I have your telephone
vans.
number, please?
Yes, it's area code 611. The number's 555-7777.
Okay, Mr. Joseph. I need to make sure that I have the correct information. That's John Joseph from Express Leasing.
I would be like, hold on a minute, sir. I need to make sure I got the right information. And your name was? Joe. Okay, can you spell that? Joe. Okay, and what was your last name? Could you spell that for me? Okay. And what's the best number to get a hold of you at? Could you say those last 2 digits again, please? I didn't pick up on that. Okay, and the area code, please. Thank you. And what's a good time to get a hold of you? Anytime, but is there a time that's best or better? Okay, and what was the call in regard to? Did you say large vans or large cans? Just try to keep him on the phone till eventually he just like hangs up.
Telephone number 611-555-7777 regarding the number of large vans needed for this weekend. Is that correct?
That's it.
Now, were those large vans for this weekend or next weekend? Gotcha.
Thank you for calling. I'll see that Mr. Sims receives your message as soon as he returns.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Quite a bit of improvement, wouldn't you say? Now, let's review what we've learned about answering the telephone. Remember that before you reach to answer the telephone, you should sit up straight, smile, and be attentive. Answer calls on the first ring if possible, but never later than the third ring. Using a courteous, businesslike manner for telephone communications projects a professional image for both you and your employer. Use good grammar, speak clearly, and speak directly into the headset. This is especially
Mafia
important
milkers.
when having to deal with callers on a national.
When you say large, are we talking large as like what an individual would say large, a small business? Are you a corporate office? Do you have a exact measure, your minimum and maximum measurements on the van, Mr. Johansson? Oh, Johnson, I'm sorry. Let me adjust that. How do you spell that?
Or international basis. When taking messages, be sure to include the caller's first and last name. Record the complete telephone number, including area code. List the name of the company and the date.
I don't like when people be like that on the fucking phone and shit when they want you to be real nice and stuff like that. I don't care for it. I used to work at Staples like 30 years ago, and some guy called up one time, and I still remember it. He was like, I need to get he said a 5-drawer filing cabinet. And I was like, we don't have 5-drawer filing cabinets. We have we have a 3-drawer and a 4-drawer. And he was irate, and he insisted that like he knew that we stocked it and whatever. And then he said he was going to come down there, and I was like, well, you know, who cares if you come down here or not? So I gave him my friend's name, though. But I can't remember what, he had a funky name, but I can't remember what it is now. But I hate people that act like you have to be like, treat them like they're experts on, you know, that they know better than you do.
Date and time of the call. Reference the nature of the call. A short note helps the person returning the call prepare for the conversation. Sign your name or
He did come down to the store, though.
initials in case of questions. The last thing to remember is to read.
And if you've ever worked at Staples, like literally there are no customers. The only people who really ever came into Staples were going up to like the photo area or the copy area. The majority of customers were like corporate people who just came and picked up like a truckload of shit every once in a while. So it was hard, it was barely ever had any customers.
Feed the information back to the caller for accuracy. Now that we've discussed answering the telephone, let's look at some different types of calls you may encounter. The first area we want to deal with is screening calls. Now, if you're a receptionist, a personal secretary, or a switchboard operator, you may be required to screen your employer's calls. This means that you only allow calls to be put through from certain organizations or individuals.
Out of boredom.
Now, even though this may be true, don't use the line, "he's in a meeting." That conveys to the caller that your boss doesn't want to talk to them. Instead of saying he's in a meeting, say he's unavailable or he's away from his desk.
He's
and take
dead.
a message. Let's add another wrinkle to this scenario. Say your boss tells you to hold all calls except for one from Jim Smith of ABC Corporation. Later that day, the phone rings. The caller on the other end, without identifying himself, asks to speak to your boss. You take a message.
Can you imagine? And I mean, I know if you're a little bit older, you probably have experienced this, but this is so condescending. I mean, like, what if your boss tells you not to take any calls except from one person? How would you navigate that difficult situation?
He identifies himself as Jim Smith from ABC Corporation. Don't then say, "Oh, he just walked in." But be professional and say, "Sir, he did ask me to interrupt him when you called." Now, what you've done by doing this is followed your boss's
young Ben
instructions, and you've presented yourself in a professional and businesslike manner. The next thing we need to discuss concerning incoming calls
And then Hurricane Paro is teaching the whole thing.
is placing a person on hold. Hold buttons are located at different places on different models of phones, but the function they perform is the same. When you place a person on hold, you are temporarily disconnecting them from your station in order to transfer them to another person or to gather information. And there are some guidelines that we should follow to ensure smooth telephone communications. Remember, when you place a person on hold, it is essential that you know your company's personnel. Some companies produce company directories that list
Dee Dee,
each employee and give their
Janie, and
extension
Jean,
number.
you can run into problems there.
To avoid transferring a caller to the wrong department, it's important that you know the job description of each employee. And remember, when you place a person on hold, try not to leave them there for more than 30 or 40 seconds. Studies have shown that people placed on hold for longer periods of time may become frustrated and even hang up. Now, if you know that the information you're researching is
Hold on a second. These people spent time, money, and resources to do a study on whether or not people enjoyed being kept on hold for a long time. Get the fuck out. Somebody needs to fucking take a message for this whole company.
going to take a longer period of time to put together, inform the caller of this and see if they would like to remain on hold or if they would prefer that you take their number and call them back. Now, if you place a person on hold to transfer them to another section of your company, watch and see if that call is answered within 30 or 40 seconds. If it's not, take a message. Remember, when you place a caller on hold, you are responsible for seeing that that call is answered. The last segment we need to deal with concerning handling incoming calls is how to deal with the irate customer.
Here we go.
Shipping, Brad.
This is Kent Mosby at Industrial Technologies. I placed an order last week for some bearings for a client.
Bill Watts.
Hold on. Industrial Technologies. Your purchase order? Never mind, I found it. You ordered 6 4-inch bearings.
That's right. That's what I ordered. What I received was 4 6-inch bearings.
So we were off by a couple inches. Everybody makes mistakes.
But your mistake is costing me business. I have a client with a piece of machinery he can't operate because I can't get him the bearings he needs. And if I can't get him what he wants, he'll have to get him somewhere else. I've got to have those bearings today.
Brad.
Well, look, I just can't stop everything to fill your order. I got a lot of customers to deal with.
This guy's based.
I'll try to have them out by tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon? That's just not acceptable. My client can't wait that long.
Well, that's the best I can do. I don't know what else I can tell you.
Well, I certainly know what to tell you.
Now, there is an 8-step procedure that you should follow
I certainly know what to tell you.
when you're dealing with someone that's upset. And the first step is don't buy into it.
Don't buy into it.
What I mean when I say this is don't get involved in a shouting match over the telephone. You will only add fuel to the fire, and in the end, both you
Don't get caught yelling, arguing with somebody in chat while they're hunting you on the streets of New Haven. Don't buy into it.
and your company will lose. Instead of participating in a verbal jousting match, listen to the caller's complaint. Often when a person has a chance to get something off their chest, they will be more receptive to solutions that you may offer. Next, show empathy, not sympathy. Sympathy tends to show agreement with a person, whereas empathy will let the caller know you acknowledge that there is a problem. Tell the person you apologize or regret the inconvenience, and then work towards a solution. One way to diffuse a caller's anger.
Grace, I have empathy for your situation, but I don't have sympathy for your situation. So for today, I'm unable to do IRL collaborations with you. Perfect.
Is to ask questions. By asking a question, the person has to stop and think about an answer, and it will also show them you have a genuine interest in resolving the difference. The next step is to offer options.
Ruby did ask a lot of questions, though. Typically during that segment, it was, where are they? I think was the main question asked.
Tell the caller what you can do instead of what you cannot do.
Turn around or I'm calling the police.
If you're working in the customer service department and you receive a call concerning the accounting department,
Those were the options given to the Thorpes yesterday.
don't tell the caller, that's not my
Or the knife, I guess. There was a knife offered as well.
department, or you'll have to speak with the accounting department. Instead, tell them,
The constable or the blade. That's what Ruby offered the Thorpes as options.
you will give me your number or your purchase order. I'll check about the status of your invoice. You now have the person working with you instead of against you. Next, always move toward a positive solution. The sooner you begin resolving differences, the better off you'll be. A satisfied customer is one who will look to your company in the future. A dissatisfied customer is one who will look elsewhere. This next step may seem somewhat
I don't think they negotiate, period.
ironic, but you should always thank the person for calling. Now you may
Thank you for offering, but I'm going to have to politely decline.
say, why would I want to thank someone who has just spent the last few moments chewing my ear off? The fact of the matter is,
This guy is so delusional to think that if some asshole calls up and is pissed off and you say, and you listen to them and then tell them whatever, like, the only thing that's going to make those people happy is if you can immediately solve their problem. Probably they want it solved in an unrealistic way, but like, unless you can do exactly what they want to, they're going to think you're an asshole no matter what. His assertion that they're going to be like, oh, well, I understand I'm completely screwed, but hey, you had a really positive tone, so everything's cool, bro. Like, no, that's not how people are.
is often a person who is
They need to teach people how to survive those calls, not how to negotiate around the careful feelings of these Karens on the phone. They just need to teach people how to weather the storm and just erase those fucking people from their memory after the phone call's over.
calling
in
to
my
complain
opinion.
may alert you to problems within your company that no one else had realized existed. By confronting the issue and constructively solving the problem, you may have an important impact on the future operations and profitability of your company. Ultimately, it will reflect.
Wait, what, King? You were so pissed because a few months ago, your 2-house down neighbor had broke into, I'm assuming, your house 3 different times and made have to mush it in her. So I do not think shit like that is cool. No means no, bro. What are you talking about, King? I have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Somebody's breaking into your house and you've been mushing her? What does that mean? What is mush?
Positively on you and your career with that company. The last step, and probably the most crucial, is to follow through on your commitment.
Oh, are you saying you didn't like what the Thorpes did? Oh, I complete. If you, yeah, I mean, if you think that was a, it's certainly a choice. When she was talking, who was she talking to on the phone? Was it Ethan Ralph that told her that they like dodged a bullet and that he thought they could have gotten in a lot of trouble for it?
Never promise something you can't deliver just to calm an irate caller.
Shipping, this is Brad.
Brad, this is Kent Mosby at Industrial Technologies. I placed an order last week for some bearings for a client. What I ordered was 6 4-inch bearings. What I received was 4 6-inch bearings.
Okay, if you'll give me your purchase order number, I'll see if the order was entered correctly. Okay, here it is. You ordered 6 4-inch bearings and you were shipped,
Yep.
4 6-inch bearings.
I just feel like a very low percentage of people have any de-escalation skills in their social skill tool set anymore. And especially like people that are, if you're the kind of person who's going to yell at somebody on the phone, you're probably going to there's not much, you're probably doing it as part of a larger problem.
Bearings, I am
Unless you're just doing it for fun, you know.
very sorry. Well, I'll redo this order immediately, and I'll have it on the first truck in the morning. You should receive the correct order by noon.
But my client has an expensive piece of machinery he can't operate because I can't get him the bearings he needs. I've got to have that order today.
So now you're a victim of filling out an order form wrong. Is that what I'm understanding? How are you running a business, sir? You sicken me. Click. That's how I'd handle it.
Well, all of our trucks are out right now, but I could send it
Call me back when you get somebody competent in charge of that shithole place over there.
by courier, if that'd be all right. After all, it was our mistake.
That's great, Brad. Thanks for your help.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you. I assure you that in the future we'll be more careful.
Before we move on, I'd like you to think about this statement that pretty much sums
Source? I mean, how can we fact check this?
up what we've discussed in the first part of our program.
What's up, Laughing
A
Cedar?
satisfied customer will tell 4 other people about your company, but a dissatisfied customer will tell 10 other people. What we discussed in the first part of our program was how to handle various types of incoming calls. Now we need to learn how to place a phone call.
Mr. Woodson, I've been using the telephone to call friends since I was in elementary school. How much different can it be to use the phone to call other businesses?
Well, while the basic procedures are the same, there are several other differences. For example, when you called your friend, you probably weren't dialing long
They
distance
say.
or dialing across different time zones.
No, my friend just lived a couple of blocks from me. I just picked up the receiver and dialed the number.
How did you know what number to dial?
I looked.
King, help me. I still don't really understand King TL's thing. So a woman that lives down the road keeps breaking into his house. I don't understand any of the second half of it.
in the telephone directory.
Aha, the good old telephone directory. Do you realize that you were using one of the most effective companion tools of the business telephone? The telephone directory provides a wealth of information for organizations doing business on a local level. It's divided into 2 sections, the white pages and the yellow pages. The white pages.
Oh my God, King, that sounds like sounds like something out of a Serbian film. She would cry saying her husband beat her. It was insane. Wow.
Contain telephone numbers of residents listed alphabetically by the last name of the occupant. Subsequent listings are then alphabetized by the
Oh,
person's
wait.
first name or
Wait, did you see that name? Bussy. B-Y Bussy. Yeah, listen, give me CB. Get CB on the phone immediately. Don't forget about Arville C.
name or initial. The yellow pages are also listed alphabetically, but by the service or product supplied. For instance, if you were looking for office furniture, you would turn to the yellow page section.
King, it just goes to show you that Savvy Guy's right. There's no such thing as a godly woman.
With the heading of office. Subheadings may contain listings for businesses that provide furniture, office space, or supplies. Words such as the or a that precede a company name are usually dropped. Your telephone directory also contains listings for a number of services provided by that company. Located in the first section of your phone book,
Oh,
you will
boy.
find telephone.
They're like, hey, listen, we've got to get this thing over 30 minutes in order to qualify for the to get the bonus money. So can you just read can you tell people how to use a phone book for the last 10 minutes?
Numbers for emergency services such as police, fire, or ambulance, listings for community service organizations, area codes for major cities nationwide, and numbers for local and national directory assistance.
Hi, sir, I can't get you those 6 4-inch, whatever they were. But what I can do is tell you, do you need to know any zip codes or area codes for any major metropolitan cities?
Now that we have a working knowledge of the telephone directory, let's examine what the telephone number consists of. Local numbers, or numbers in your specific calling area, consist of a 7-digit number. The first 3 numbers are the code for the local.
This is absolutely nuts. I can't imagine being sat down at a place where they expected me to deal with the general public, where they had to explain things to this level.
Exchange. The last 4 numbers are the individual line. There are no extended charges for these calls, and they can be placed by simply dialing the 7-digit number. When placing calls outside your local calling area, you are assessed a fee in addition to the standard telephone company charge.
True that.
These calls can be accomplished 2 different ways. The first, and the least expensive, is direct dialing, which simply means you dial the number yourself without having the operator help you. These calls can be made if you are within the same area code by dialing a 1 and then the 7-digit number. Calls placed outside of your area code require dialing a 1, then the area code for the region you are dialing, then the 7-digit number. Another way to place long-distance calls is called assisted calling. Now, this is the expensive form of calling, and it should only be used if you're having trouble completing your call, or if you want to make a special service call, such as person-to-person.
What's up with the audio fucking up in this? Oh, yeah, there's so many workplace videos on YouTube.
Mr. Woodson, what is a person-to-person call?
That's when the person...
Lala was like, hey, would you guys mind artificially deepening my voice so I sound more masculine? Whoops.
Or if you want to make a special service call, such as person-to-person.
Mr. Woodson, what is a person-to-person call?
That's when the person placing the call only wishes to...
What is a person-to-person call?
Speak to a certain individual at the company contacted. Now, if that individual is unavailable, you won't be charged for the call. Knowing the various options of long-distance calling will save you time and your company money. Now, we've discussed using the telephone directory, the parts of the telephone number, and how to dial long distance. Now, let's take a look at a couple of ways to make the business telephone communication more efficient. Many businesses are conducted on a nationwide scale, and you must take into consideration the differences in time. There can be as much as 3 hours variance between East Coast.
I mean, I'd quit the job at this point. I would absolutely quit the job.
And West Coast. Say your business is located in California, and you need to place a call to...
Yeah, we went over that earlier they had a de-escalation, how to de-escalate an angry caller, and we went over that whole scenario.
Someone in New York. Be sure that you remember to schedule the call during the hours that your New York counterparts will be in their office. Remember, California is 3 hours behind East Coast time. And also remember to schedule your calls when your New York counterparts won't be away.
In my opinion, these are just a way to kind of, on one hand, remind you that you're like, they think you're a fucking moron. But on top of that, it's all this really basic stuff, but it insulates them against you making so many mistakes because you think like, oh, well, why would I need to know about whatever, like time zones or whatever? But if for some reason you made like the slightest mistake, they could be like, oh, this was covered in the training videos. That's why we got to put it in there.
At lunch. One other way to use the business telephone efficiently is referred to as the R&R method. R&R stands for Research Information and Rehearse Presentation. Now, these are some of the simplest.
Wonder if Savvy Guy uses this technique. Research information, rehearse presentation.
Yet least utilized means of reducing the amount of time spent conducting business communications.
I agree. Some people probably do need it, but I feel like whoever's applying, I don't know. To me, this doesn't seem like it's like this seems like it's at least like a clerical level job where you would have to have some like entry. You would have to be able to do like probably basic data entry. You'd have to have like typing experience, probably phone experience.
For example, you may need to return a call to a customer who's checking on the status of an order. Now, the first thing you do is contact your accounting or your data entry department.
What I would do is I just keep making innocent mistakes, things that didn't really bother anybody but were covered in the video, and then they'd be like, hey, did you know it was covered in the video? And I'd be like, oh man, could I go back and watch that again real quick and brush up? Then I just keep try to get out of work and just watch the video as much as I could.
Department and get a copy of the purchase order. Next,
take that,
call shipping or the warehouse and find out if the merchandise has been sent out. And if it hasn't, find out the reason.
Can you imagine walking up to your boss and being like, I've been thinking about it and I just feel like my phone skills are just kind of, I'm losing my touch. Is there any way that, that I could sit down after lunch and rewatch Thank You for Calling, Effective Telephone Techniques?
Reasons for the delay. Then when you return the call to the customer, you'll be armed with all the information you need to handle any question that they might pose. The second part of the R&R method concerns planning exactly what you want to accomplish with any phone call. Take a few moments and write out questions.
What in the literal fuck is this guy even talking about? This is so bizarre. He's talking to people whose job it is to answer the fucking telephone and be like, oh, it's for Mr. Butthole. I'm going to send it over to his office. Or, oh, no, Mr. Butthole's not in. Let me take a message. And this guy's like, before you pick up the phone, make sure you know what mission you have in mind. Like, it's the mission is to answer the fucking phone, bozo. What do you think?
Or key points that you wish to
I'm getting hot, man. Me and Rufus would get into it.
Convey. By creating a guideline and sticking with it, it will help you to avoid unnecessary conversation that doesn't pertain to the business at hand. Remember, long-distance phone calls are billed by the minute, and anything that you can do to keep your conversation to a minimum will result in...
See, here's a great opportunity, but we'll have to wait to see how he could cover their ass on it. But if he said do what you can do to shorten the calls, literally, as soon as any useful part of the conversation was over, I would just hang up. Why take an extra 10 seconds to say goodbye? Those 10 seconds add up and are costing this company millions of dollars. We should just hang up just as soon as the conversation's over.
In savings for your company. And speaking of savings, some companies have 800 numbers. With an 800 number, the company who has them has to pay for the cost of the call. To find out if the company you need to contact has an 800 number, dial 800 information at 1-800-555-1212. Before we close today, I would like you to consider this. It is estimated that over 75% of entry-level jobs in the next few years will, in some way, involve using the telephone. Receptionists, secretaries, PBX operators, customer service representatives, telemarketers, and a host of others will all need to make use of the skills we have been presented with here today. By following these simple guidelines, you can open the door to a world of opportunities in telecommunications.
A world of opportunities awaits all of us after we've seen this. We have a leg up on everybody.
Thank you for attending our Telephone Techniques seminar.
Written by Danny Kiefer. All right, I gotta rewind this one. Man, I'm glad that one's over. It was starting to wear on me. So this is called, that's true, it is all replaced with AI. Here's the thumbnail lady. Now quit fucking moving. Okay, this one is called Speaking with Confidence, Clarity, and Charisma, the 3 C's. Did I learn anything from that video? Listen, have you guys ever seen the like live action Disney version of Aladdin with Will Smith as the genie? I watched that movie and it was like really, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's really weird. Like it's a super big budget movie, so it looks really cool, like everything's really fancy and everything. But then it also, like, for some reason it's like a fake Gucci. Like it looks amazing, but like there's something about it that just like cheapens it. And then you have Will Smith as the genie. But then I saw the whole like lamp thing, and I was like, for a little while I was like fixated on the concept of like the like genie in the lamp scenario. Like what would you wish for if you had the 3 wishes? Like what would your wishes be? Okay, so we're moving out of just the telephone. Now we're coming into the main thing.
When you think of the people you respect and look up to professionally, whether it's your boss,
what's up?
Another executive in your organization, a certain customer or client, or particular colleagues and coworkers.
Yeah, like I was unbelievably high, and when I was watching it, and it was a beautiful movie, like, and it's so colorful, and like it was a real, like, it's definitely a movie that benefits from being like ripped up. But like there was just something about it that, like, I noticed it, especially with like the songs. It just seems like everything is like completely smooth and polished, and like the songs were like, they were technically fine, but they didn't have like any, like, the people weren't like, you know, singing from their souls, you know. It's just kind of like, I don't know, everything just kind of was like super artificial, I guess.
Chances are they speak with authority, make you feel important when you speak with them.
Well, I watched this one specifically because of Will Smith as the genie. I thought that alone, like, I felt like I would always be curious if it was as terrible as I thought it was going to be. But it really got me down like the genie in the bottle rabbit hole.
Respect.
This was like, I don't know, this was probably like a few days ago, but I've been thinking about it.
Respect your input and listen to what you have to say. That's because communication skills.
Do you know what one of the things that I thought that one of my 3 wishes, once I got like the lottery wish, I was going to think of like one last collab between Ruby and Grace would have been one of my 3 wishes, I think.
Particularly speaking with confidence, clarity, and charisma are the most important skills you can possess in today's workplace. They may come naturally to some people, but everyone can learn them. Hello, I'm Alan Pratt for Briefings Publishing Group. Over the next 20 minutes, you will learn the secrets professionals use to present your ideas convincingly in meetings,
What's up,
communicate
Avery?
effectively over the telephone, and project confidence in face-to-face conversations. Let's start with part 1, presenting your ideas convincingly.
Well, see, here's the thing. Have you ever done anything like you just done something because you thought was like, I don't know how to explain this without sounding completely crazy, but like, have you ever done something just because you thought it would look cool if it was in like a movie, or it would be like a vibe if you were in a movie? But I agree with you on the whole monkey paw thing for sure.
Convincingly in meetings. Offering your ideas in any business gathering requires a combination of creativity and courage. But you can increase the odds that your ideas will be accepted by using what we call the power technique. Prepare your ideas. Orient yourself for success. Work the group. Energize your delivery and react to the group signals. How many times have you seen this type of thing happen at meetings?
So, I know this meeting is about speeding up product delivery and accounting, but shouldn't we really be thinking about the company holiday party?
Yeah, right. Like that's gonna happen.
A colleague throws out an idea that's completely off the topic or beyond the scope of the meeting, or someone tosses out sarcastic comments and then complains later when no one takes their ideas seriously. If you want people to listen to your ideas and opinions, you need to know the topics that will be discussed and prepare your ideas for the meeting. Start by reading the agenda to familiarize yourself with the topics the group will discuss. Go over any materials you receive beforehand and take other relevant information with you to the meeting. Pick 1 or 2 topics that you want to contribute to during the meeting. Choose topics that you have some expertise in or can apply some of your experience to. Reserve 10 to 15 minutes the day before the meeting to brainstorm. Write your ideas in a notebook that you will take to the meeting.
Oh, I did hear about that, but I haven't like watched the footage yet. I haven't like heard the story. But yeah, I'd have to, that one might be a little bit tougher. We'd have to figure out, I don't know if you could, that would be, I guess the best way to do it if you wanted to request it would be to narrow down to find out exactly when the call was made. I'm assuming he did it on stream. And then just go 5 minutes on one side of it and 5 minutes on the other side and then ask. But you'd have to call, I think, you'd have to know which police department he called, but then just give them that like a 5 minute range and then just say you want audio from any calls that came in during that time.
Run the ideas by...
I don't know if they visited him or not. I went to bed. I was fucked up watching Vegan Patriot.
A trusted colleague or your boss before the meeting.
Well, but see, here's the thing. What if you didn't know? I mean, what if you knew? I guess I'm getting ahead of myself here, but like, okay, well, let's rewind back to like that you're doing something because it's cinematic. Well, you remember in that movie Gremlins when like the dad is like, he comes upon that like magical market or whatever, and there's like all that cool shit inside, like all these like mystical like cursed items and shit like that. Like I don't know. I thought if I went outside and tried to manifest that, I could get something. But all I saw was a guy. In a parking lot, there was like a guy selling like honeydew melons. That was it.
Use the feedback to refine your ideas. Finally, dress up for the meeting. Looking professional will increase your credibility.
Don't you feel like since it's Review Tech USA that somebody will probably get that? Like I feel like he's such a higher profile guy that somebody would probably ask for it.
Ability and persuasiveness. Once you enter the meeting, orient yourself for success. Taking a few minutes to create the best conditions for presenting your ideas will help others accept them. Use these tips. Sit in a power seat. If the table is rectangular or oval, the positions.
But like, wouldn't it have been like, imagine I was like super high and I was like, man, it'd be so cool if like sometimes in these movies you're like walking down a place you've been down like a million times, but then there's like this mystical gremlin store inside like in the movie, and then there's like cool shit in there. And I thought, what if there's a I had just seen Aladdin. I thought, what if I bump into the strange mystical store and there's like a genie's lamp in there? But then it was just a guy selling honeydew melons. Well, and he had some like trinkets and stuff too.
Of power are at either end and immediately to the right and left of each end. If the meeting table is round, sit next to the person who will lead the meeting. If the meeting is set up like a classroom, sit near the front on either side. Before you speak, go over your notes one more time to refresh your memory. Ease into the meeting by asking a question. That way, you'll get used to hearing your own voice and find out how it feels to have the group turn its attention to you.
You know, I didn't, and I kind of feel foolish for it because even though I was expecting a genie's lamp, I had actually talked, I think, the stream or two before that when we watched the travel videos from Afghanistan, there was like a market you could go and buy a melon. And I was like, I wish I could buy a melon. I've said it like a million times on stream. I wish I could go to a place and buy a melon. And then I was literally in a position to achieve that dream, cross it off the bucket list. And, you know, I wanted a mystical lamp to force an online YouTube collaboration instead.
So the goal of this meeting is to make our processes more efficient, to get our products out faster. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
After you've oriented yourself, work the group. This means preparing the way for your ideas by establishing rapport with the rest of the attendees. Here's how. Listen actively. Make eye contact with those who are speaking and occasionally nod your head.
Well, I was trying to manifest something different, though.
Take notes and jot down questions you have. When you're not writing or reading something, keep your head up. Don't stare down at your notes or the agenda. That signals that you're bored or aren't involved in the discussion. It will damage your credibility. Keep your eyes on the other people in the meeting. Reaffirm something someone else says. When you agree with another person's idea or statement or can add supporting evidence, do it. That not only adds to your credibility.
Mark, you need to understand the chi of Kino. You're trying too hard to force things. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm reaffirming what you're saying, Get Cracked for me.
It creates allies who are more likely to support your ideas later on.
I can vouch for what Carol is saying. I know that our San Francisco...
Well, and I'm not trying to force it, but at the same time, Showtime has said that basically in July is going to be ground zero and Thorpe TV is like cooked. The truth is going to come out. It's darker than we could have ever imagined, is what Showtime said.
Go office impressed one of its big accounts with a fast response.
Involve others in your suggestions. Ask for feedback and input.
Well, Kurt, as our resident expert on these sales spreadsheets, what do you think of this plan?
Asking questions is one of the best ways to work the group.
Well, what do you think about the collaboration that they did, Get Cracked for me? I'm asking questions, trying to work the group. Showtime 8D7 is really deep down the well, first, originally he was like interested in Grace like romantically, and then he got mad at her, but then he realized that she's the victim. So he sent her a message and said like he was sorry for attacking her because now he understands that she was the victim. And then she read that in a Discord, I think, and they like mocked him. But anyway, he says that the Thorpe situation is darker than we could ever imagine, and that Mark Fusion, will personally regret the fact that I didn't pay more attention to what was going on, and that July will kind of be like, the shit's going to go down in July. Okay, so hold on. Let's think about this, right? Hold on. Okay. So July is the 6th month, right? So you take 6 months and then you go back 3 months, right? So that would put it in October, which would bring up, of course, October 17th, which is when Showtime believes that Ben assaulted Grace. Now, if that's true, and he's saying that it's darker than we could ever imagine, then that's kind of self-explanatory, right? Like, he's saying that Ben assaulted Grace, and then he's telling me that I should be paying more attention because 9 months after that happens, we're going to get a future that's even darker than we could imagine. So, July's the 7th month? Well, then I guess maybe my math doesn't work out perfectly, but... Well, you really ruined my big reveal, Get Cracked. Didn't you just see on there where it said to orient yourself for success? I think that's what he's saying, though. I think he's saying that Grace is pregnant with Ben's child. So that's what I think he's saying. I don't know what else it could be.
Then, when it comes time to offer your ideas, energize your delivery. That means using your body and voice to convince the group that you're confident, competent, and worth listening to.
I think that's what he's saying. I could be wrong. I think he always either brings up October 17th or is it October 27th? It's one of those two, but if it was if he was saying, I don't know. It's difficult to tell with Showtime. I guess we'll find out in July. He also wants to bring my attention to the fact that Ben is weighing Grace and that Grace is gaining weight. I guess that plays into the pregnancy thing. I'm not sure.
Follow these tips. Maintain a confident, erect posture without appearing rigid, which can be interpreted as nervousness or snobbishness.
Does this appear
Gesture
rigid?
appropriately. Gestures and movements can help you feel and look more at ease, as well as generate group involvement and improve communication. Move your hands the way you would in normal conversation. Don't fidget, shuffle your notes, play with your clothing.
Yeah.
Or click your pen while...
I think Showtime is a really interesting chat member. He's not really well received over in Thorpe TV chat, but I like to hear his theories and all that kind of stuff.
You speak. That will distract the group.
He's very invested, which I appreciate, right? I think that's important to really appreciate the art. You have to care on some level.
Speak clearly with a volume that's loud enough to be heard, and use
pleasant. Oh no, what is it? Loud but pleasant. Loud but pleasant.
Use inflections to create interest and avoid sounding monotonous. Use this trick. Pretend you're describing a favorite book or movie to your friend.
Oh, well, it's a hardback, fake gold gilded pages.
I was reading in a magazine yesterday about how to use templates. Here's what the article said. By training everyone to submit information in a common template,
Oh, this would not fly with me. Templates?
you can raise productivity by up to 35%.
Avoid weak phrases such as, maybe we should try, or I'm not sure.
Maybe we should try this with...
Now, I actually do agree with this one, and I think this is universally applicable. I don't think you should do it if you aren't legitimately confident in what you're saying, but if you are saying something that you're knowledgeable on or you're confident about, I think it's okay to use those more definitive words when you're discussing it so that it's not it doesn't seem like you're presenting something for approval, you're stating facts, which I think can make a difference, especially when you're talking to women who like a more firm presence, more erect posture.
With one group first, because I'm not sure everyone will get it.
Instead, use strong phrases such as, I recommend, or based on my experience, I suggest.
Well, based on my experience with the current situation, I recommend we get started now.
Finally, as you speak, React to the group signals. Gauge the group.
Oh, also, if you're a Jimmy fan, if you go through the comments yesterday's live stream, Jimmy, he uses timestamps and everything in the comments, but you can read a lot of the answers to questions that we asked about him, and also like he expands on certain topics during the live stream. But he left a lot of comments, so there's a lot of interesting stuff in there.
Group's reaction and respond effectively. Here's what to look for and how to handle it. If people are nodding as you speak, that signals approval.
That's your trigger word is invested. I think it's good to be invested. I think I wouldn't understand the appeal if you weren't invested. Even if you're just invested as like a viewer being entertained. Like, I think if you're not invested, like you can't get the full breadth of the content.
Take advantage of these allies by calling on them to affirm your ideas.
Don't you think we could come up
Do you remember in my old IRL that I showed where I wrote the answers for the guy about why the Roman Empire fell? And I had them all do the thing of like affirmative introductions. Like the guy at the end was like, I found in my studies they use substandard concrete. And the other guy was like, well, from what I understand, it was a lack of security.
with something good, Carol?
Crossed arms signal disagreement or a closed attitude.
King, I think you're used to people telling you that you're invested in it being like a bad thing. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, like, for me, I think if you're invested in something, I don't think that's necessarily, I think you can be too invested in something, I guess. But as long as your life is functioning, I think you're probably doing okay. But I think it's good to be invested. I just think and there's a lot of people that are super invested, but like refuse to admit it.
Look the person in the
like Rush Limbaugh's burner account.
eye and speak directly to him or her for a few seconds. Return eye contact several times as you speak. That will warm the person to your point of view. Fidgeting, doodling, and wandering eyes signal inattention.
Well, and as a creator, or not as a creator, but as like a curator, that like I really like sharing these stories, people's stories with you. It's like really cool because, you know, he asked on there, we saw video after video of him saying like he wanted somebody to share his message. And it's like, that's all we did. We just kind of amplified his message like a teeny tiny bit. And he's like, he's coming in and answering all of our questions and, filling in all this information and stuff. It's like, well, how can you not be invested at that point? Like you have like a backstage pass to the whole thing.
Draw the person into your discussion by asking a question
What's
or
up,
asking
Dave's
for
channel?
his or her opinion.
Paul, you also work with spreadsheets. Do you think this template idea will work?
Well, we've tried
Did she say spread cheeks?
that idea and it didn't work. We couldn't get everyone to
Spreadsheets.
use the new format. They just kept doing it the way they always did.
If your ideas meet resistance like that, use these techniques. Don't argue. Defend your ideas, but don't get into a shouting match with a respected member of the group. Your credibility and your idea will suffer.
Yeah, don't drag it out. If they disagree with you, just tell them to rope.
Turn to your allies. Create a...
This is a really interesting... They're acting like you're going to run into Thunderdome situations inside this boardroom or something. Make sure you turn to your allies for support. Oh no, someone's disagreed with me on something. Hold on, let me call in my backup.
An opportunity for those who support your idea to voice their opinions.
Carol, how do you see this?
I would have to agree with you, Pam.
Offer to follow up. Provide
Look at his
whatever
face.
additional evidence or legwork the group needs to be convinced that your idea is a good one. Make sure the meeting leader puts the idea on the agenda for next time.
Well, since
He's
we
a
have an
weak
issue
leader. I
about
would
getting
usurp
everyone
him.
to follow our lead, why don't I bring the article to the next meeting and I can share some of the thoughts that the author had about making templates work. Would that be okay, John?
Box.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Of course, not every idea you present will be adopted, and every suggestion you make won't bring praise. But the more comfortable you become with using the power technique, the more adept you'll become at expressing your ideas clearly.
Okay, prepare your ideas. Orient yourself for success. Work the group. That's my favorite part. Energize your delivery. and react to the group signals.
Clearly and effectively in meetings. Now it's time for part 2, communicating effectively over the telephone. The way you conduct business over the phone can make a big difference in how other people perceive you and your organization. That's why it's so important that you express yourself well over the phone. When you make or take business calls, your goal is to get or give necessary information in an authoritative manner and in the least amount of time.
I think even if you don't find these entertaining or useful in practical ways, it's just interesting to see. I always like it when people are like, we can unlock the secrets to X. Like, if you're not a very good speaker, I don't think there's much in this video that's really going to help you that much, to be honest. I mean, it's pretty basic common sense advice that maybe a very small percentage of people didn't know about, and once they learned that, they would become like, you know, cunning linguists. But I don't think it's really that, and nothing in here is that groundbreaking.
These tips will help you. First, answer incoming calls promptly. Pick up the phone by the 3rd ring. Be polite. Never treat a call as an interruption, even if it is. Second, sound professional and confident.
Actually, all of my content that I show on here is actually just veiled messages trying to help the Thorpes improve their content.
Greet the person and identify yourself and your company.
Good morning, Jones and Company. John Westbrook speaking.
That way, there's no confusion about who the caller has reached. Next, plan out.
Plus, like, if you hear somebody using these like catchphrases, like, then you know their whole game plan, and then you can just, you know, you're in a position of power in the conversation because you know how their mind works. Did anybody actually watch one of the videos from that lady that I put in the on my community page? Like, whenever I talk to someone and they start using like check off certain boxes of like gaslight, narcissist, you know, all the tarot cards, no offense, Jimmy, that's just one check. You only got one check. But there's like a certain thing, and if all of those come together, then you kind of know who you're dealing with. Like, you know how they're a basic grasp of how their mind works. I see it the same way as people who think this kind of, or like people who thought the de-escalation techniques in the last video would be effective.
Outgoing calls before you make them. Jot down questions you need to ask or information you want to give. Have everything you need at hand, including files, documents, and your personal calendar for scheduling purposes. Don't damage your credibility by putting...
Grace biting on her pen during Thorpe business meetings is unprofessional. I agree, and in order to try to draw attention to that, I've actually time-stamped a lot of those instances in Grace's videos when I'm like, this behavior has to stop.
Someone on hold while you rifle through your desk to get what you need. Get to the point quickly. Respect the other person's time by explaining the reason for the call right away.
Yes, I'm calling to discuss those updates we sent to you last week.
It's also important to be...
I don't know if you guys noticed it, but if you watched the Grace hunting Ruby video, but I didn't realize it, but I had Vegan open in a second tab without realizing it, and she had been asleep for so long. And so she wakes up in the middle of Grace chasing Ruby around, so you can kind of hear her in the background talking sometimes. But I thought it was kind of like a good Boit thing, so I left it in.
Enthusiastic, to project an optimistic attitude in a warm, friendly voice. To make sure your enthusiasm shows in your voice, use body language. Even though the other person can't see you,
You're becoming a better person with every minute of the stream? Wow. Well, I'm glad.
She can hear what you're...
Use body language while you're on the phone.
You're feeling. Project enthusiasm through body language, and your voice will reflect it.
Oh,
Sit
man.
up straight. Look up and smile as you speak. Stand up or walk around the room and gesture if that will...
Oh, no, that would be cool, man. I would get up and, like, I'd be pacing back and forth, like, acting like I was all pissed off.
Will help. Speak at a lively pace, but not too quickly. Avoid using ums and...
Well, Okay, so Vegan Patriot has been live at this point, I think, for at least 36, if not 48 hours straight. Like, she's been live for 2 consecutive days. And she did a crazy run of content yesterday. So it was like, I had to keep them both up there.
Be sure of what you want to say.
Vegan also asked me to DM her on Instagram. Are you going to make... No, but I bet that when I was watching it happen, I was like, I bet Naptown will do it. But at the same time, Grace had Ruby up on her stream for part of it, so some of the work's already kind of done in that regard.
Speak distinctly. Leave a clear separation between the endings and beginnings of words. Speak loudly enough so the other person can hear you without straining. Don't eat or drink anything, including gum or hard candy. When you speak with people on the telephone, simple courtesies enhance the person's trust and confidence in you.
I don't know what she's doing, to be honest. I'm assuming she's probably needs money and is like farming the ads, I would assume, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's what it's there for. But yeah, she's been live for a long, long time. And she disabled clip on the clip feature, so I can't timestamp. So it's like a real, like, I'm under the gun because anything I don't get after that first 12 hours, once her stream ends, that's all gone.
If you practice the following 4 rules, you'll be successful in any telephone encounter. Number 1, speak in positive terms. Tell the person what you can do instead of what you can't. Instead of "we can't deliver on Thursday," say,
"We can get it to you first thing Friday morning, Tom. Does that work for you?"
Number 2, deliver bad news with tact. When you need to give people
$6.21. Her views, honestly, I feel like everybody's views are down right now, like in general, but her viewers are up. She was like at 300 for quite a bit of the time yesterday.
Information contrary to what they expect to hear, draw attention to the fact, then soften the blow. You do this by using a lead-in to alert the listener.
I'm sorry, Frank. We all thought your proposal would be accepted.
Then softening the bad news.
Your estimate was very close to our budget, and we definitely want you to submit again next year.
Number 3, talk, then listen. Phone calls should be conversations, not monologues. Make a statement, then ask a question to involve the other person. Give him or her a chance to speak.
I'm really interested in seeing how you could help us and how much it would cost.
Well, that's what I'm curious to know is, like, did the cops watch anything on the, did the cops watch anything, or did they just go off of maybe they just have to go no matter what if somebody, like, what did she say? Did somebody said that they heard she said that it was an attempted kidnapping?
Cost.
Then show you're listening by interjecting periodic comments.
Okay.
Well, aside from Janny, I don't know that Vegan really cares for very many clippers. I think we just I don't think she minds me, but I don't think she really appreciates any other clippers besides Janny, and I think they have like a business arrangement, unless I'm wrong.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
Number 4, close courteously. It's polite and effective to end a business conversation with a request.
Ruby said she showed the cops the stream and walked them through it. Then probably, if it were something that went to court, then I would say that's probably admissible because the cops would have to say, based off of seeing this video. That actually is a good insight into how the cops view it, right? If they look at the video and say, yeah, we need to go have a word with these people. I bet it was just because they were like, holy shit, these people are playing Ride of the Valkyries while they're chasing this girl down the street. Like, you know what I mean? I think it was just like how over the top Grace was acting, maybe. And the cop was like, maybe we ought to nip this.
Request for questions.
Do you have any more questions about the specifics?
After you have satisfied your caller's request, ask if you can help with anything else. When you're positive that the call is complete, thank the person and say goodbye.
Well, thanks. Do you need anything else from me? Okay.
Ruby napping.
Goodbye.
Wait until you hear a click on the other end of the line before you hang up. Hanging up on someone can nullify all the goodwill you've created during the conversation. Last but not least, when you call someone who's not available, you'll want to use voicemail effectively by leaving the kind of voicemail message that ensures a response. Here's how. First, keep it short. Respect the other person's time. Limit your message to 20 seconds or less.
This is John Westbrook from Jones & Company, 736-6655. It's 2:15 on Thursday, and I need some more information concerning the August media schedule. I would appreciate having the information before noon tomorrow.
So if Ruby walked the cops through, then that means there's body cam footage of Ruby walking the cops through the thing. See, I'm just going to ask for everything related to report number blank, blank, blank. So that should include that, but that would be interesting to see the cops' reaction to the footage.
And I will be in all day today.
State your name, the time, and your phone number. Then,
did it remind anybody else of that movie, The Warriors? When they're like, when the guy's like, "Warriors, come out and play." Like Grace hanging out the side of the van. Like a picture, like it seemed like she should have been like smacking the van door, like Ruby.
give a brief idea of why you called and set a time frame for callback. Finally, repeat your contact information. Restate your phone number at the end of the message. Include alternate numbers, such as your cell phone number, if appropriate.
I got a feeling New Haven got body cams.
As you've seen, communicating with people over the phone or in a group presents special challenges. But you make the biggest impression, either good or bad, when you speak to people face-to-face and one-on-one. In Part 3, speaking with confidence, clarity, and charisma in face-to-face conversations, you'll see that the way you greet...
Okay, so here, this is what I'm interested in. One of the genie wishes would be to get body cam footage of Ruby Yes, well, I'm going to make it happen. Well, it's funny you should say that, Stephen, because when I was at that melon stand, they did have a few trinkets laying around on the thing, and there was it that, well, look, when you're in a certain mindset and you're like, you're in the, I was going to say in the K-hole, but I wasn't in a K-hole. when you're through the portal, right? Like your mind will like kind of shape reality to fit what you need in that moment. And I think that's maybe what happened with the whole melon stand scenario.
Greet people, what questions you ask them, and how well you think on your feet
how that
all
tied into what I
contribute to how well they
said,
listen to you and accept your ideas. Here are 5 ways to project confidence when you speak face-to-face. The first is to smile.
Smile.
Smiling makes you more believable, more persuasive, more approachable. It tells people that you're confident in what you're saying. That doesn't mean you walk around the workplace with a permanent smile plastered on your face. Nor is it appropriate when you have to deliver serious or bad news. But flashing a smile at the right times will add extra emphasis to your words. For example, smile when you meet someone for the first time. Smiling will help the person remember you.
Only smile the first time. Yeah, Grace's like commentary and behavior during the chase is definitely what took it like to that even wilder than just what was happening. Like she really escalated the content.
And will forge a lasting positive impression. Smile when you present an idea to your boss or anyone else. A smile shows your enthusiasm for your plan.
Grace would be a great like Mad Max character that like drives some like crazy car and is like directing people to go after the like citizens.
Plan and your confidence in the outcome. Smile when you ask a staff member or a coworker to do something for you. That indicates that you consider the person an ally, not an underling, which will make the person much more willing to do what you ask. Smiling is also important when you talk to a customer or client. A smile creates a positive impression of your organization, which is probably your most important response.
I think this guy ought to put this to the test, right? He should walk into a place and just walk up to a random woman there and say, you know, that she'd look a lot more friendlier if she just smiled.
Responsibility. And finally, if you smile when you pass coworkers and staff members in the workplace, it shows them that you enjoy working with them, which will make them more receptive to anything you have to say. The second way to...
Do you remember when she was like, what did she say? Pedal to the metal, Dad.
project confidence when you speak face to face is to
It felt like-
personalize what you
It felt like we were watching the Goonies or something like.
say. People respond best to communication that is customized specifically for
Grace is just, she is an absolute nut.
them. The better you tailor what you say to the person you're speaking to, the more effective your communication. An excellent way to personalize is to use the person's name.
You know, Paul, I could really use the benefit of your experience on this section of the report.
Use that fact to warm people up to your suggestions or to bridge the gap between you and a standoffish colleague. Another good way to personalize is to empathize. Show the people you speak with that you
It's kind of hard to process that that all really happened. Like it escalated so quick.
understand a little bit about how they feel or what their work is like. This technique is especially useful when you want to ask someone to do
Yeah,
something
Ruby was definitely hyping up the knife. It was like an episode, remember that show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland where they had like the multiple cameras and they were all eventually like, they were all running in real time and they would like converge together. It was like you were seeing, you were thinking about Ruby like twirling the knife around and like running down alleyways and Grace leaning out the window, shouting out at everybody, trying to echolocate the Rubester. What a crazy fucking scene.
buy something.
I know that you're busy, but collecting this information is a priority.
The third way to project confidence and charisma is to ask, don't tell. That's because most people prefer that you ask them to take on an assignment or do something for you rather than being told to do it.
Paul, I know it's not part of your job description, but would you mind helping Pam update the supplier spreadsheet?
Yes,
No,
Jack
not at all.
Bauer.
The exception, of course, is during an emergency, when people want to be told what to do, not asked. However, the ask, don't tell principle does apply when someone
I was hoping Ruby would do like in the movies and just grab some random guy and start kissing him, and then Ben and Grace would drive by and just see two people kissing and keep going, and then Ruby could like throw down her hoodie and then like run off in the opposite direction.
asks your advice about a task. Instead of telling the person what to do, ask their opinion.
Well, I can see how that could be a
Oh my
problem.
God, King TL.
What do you think you should do, Jane?
That shows the person that you don't consider your opinion to be the final answer, and that you won't automatically take the problem off their hands. Ask, don't tell is also an effective teaching tool. When you're faced with a tough decision, ask staff members, what would you do?
King, just separate the art from the artist.
That shows them that you're interested in their opinions and signals that you want to help them build their decision-making skills. The fourth method of projecting confidence is to listen. You might ask, how can I speak with confidence, clarity, and charisma if I'm listening? Well, in face-to-face conversations, listening is one of your most effective communication tools. It helps you establish rapport with the person you're talking
I kept thinking too that Fernando was somehow going to get involved in it.
to. Uncover the person's motivations. Determine whether you're making your points. Spark new ideas and discussion topics. And after you've listened, clarify misunderstandings. Another time to listen is after you've made your point during a conversation. Ask the other person,
What do you think?
or
Are these circus clowns to me? Everybody, well, all I'm saying is all you can really do in these scenarios is just watch. none of us that I'm aware of are in any kind of a position to like impact the outcome of the scenario. Like, I don't, well, I guess if you were in chat and you voted in the polls, I don't remember if any of those, how leading those were, but like, there's really no one can do anything about it. All we can do is watch.
How do you see it?
Then follow these listening guidelines. Resist the temptation to interrupt. Then prompt the person to continue.
It just seems like.
And then Ben wanted to do like he wanted to do like in those old, like in those old 80s sitcoms and like hide inside of a cabinet or something and spend the night inside IKEA.
We haven't thought through all the details. The plan's more complicated than it makes it sound.
Go on.
That indicates your interest in the person and allows you to find out more about him or her. Then ask questions to determine the person's understanding of what you've said.
Aside from these details, is the strategy clear?
Finally, after you've listened and exchanged ideas, thank the person for his or her input.
Thanks, Paul. I appreciate your perspective.
And you'll have to elaborate on that. Get cracked for me. If Ben got taken away in cuffs and didn't get his IKEA meatball sundae after the after stream, would have been a very different monster. What's the deal with did they buy a $45 pizza? Did I hear that right?
Perspective.
The last confidence projecting skill is the ability to think on your feet. Suppose the boss asks you,
Pam, how would you evaluate our current training program?
Here's a process to handle that. First, pick one idea.
Well, you and OPC are able to influence content at least to a certain extent because of like financial opportunities. Was chat archived from Grace's thing? I'm sure it probably was on there, I would think.
Idea that you want to stress. Focusing quickly on one thing will keep you from stammering and stumbling.
Well, I know a frequent complaint among the new employees is the lag time between when they're hired and when they get their formal training in specific computer skills.
Pam's one idea is lag time in training. Then, use the past, present, future formula to quickly organize your thoughts. Start by linking the idea to the past. This can be any length of time, from a few minutes to years ago.
Well, when I started here...
No. I'm not saying that chat doesn't have influence, especially in Ben and Grace's chat. That's probably true. But I'm saying the idea that anybody was going to talk Grace out of doing this is, I don't see it. I don't see any way that there's nobody that could have said anything except for maybe Ben. I mean, no matter what a viewer said, it wouldn't matter.
Here 5 years ago, I didn't get my formal training until 3 months after I started. I had to learn the system on my own and use old workbooks to help me.
Next, relate it to the present by bringing it up to date.
Well, the lag time is still a problem. I mean, the two new
Why are you concerned about the chat, King TL?
marketing assistants are struggling to learn the system while they wait for their formal training session.
Finally, project the problem into the future. Like the past, the future may be any length of time.
I think if anybody sends a message to Grace that says, "Hey Grace, don't think this is a good idea to go chase down Ruby, whatever," the exact same thing would happen to them that happened to Showtime. She would just read the message in the chat and like make fun of it. You know what I mean? Nobody is going to talk Grace out of doing anything, in my opinion.
Time that suits the purpose.
Well, in the future, I think we could greatly increase productivity if new hires receive training right away, perhaps in their first 2 weeks on the job. If you'd like, I'll think more about the details and jot them down in a memo to you.
So you see, speaking with confidence, clarity, and charisma doesn't require some magical ability that some people have and others don't. It's really just a matter of applying some simple communication techniques. Now that you have those techniques at your command, it will be easier to exert your influence in the workplace. You will become more persuasive and compelling in all your communication, both in person and over the phone. For Briefings Publishing Group, I'm Alan Pratt.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think, yeah, I don't think anybody, now, could somebody have said, hey, I'll donate $500 if you just if you don't do this? That probably would work, yeah, but I mean, who can do that? That's probably the only way you could really direct the content, and then that would, of course, probably become weaponized quickly to try to get more donations. Now, I think it's this next video. I don't know what it is. I don't even know if it fits in. I just watched a little bit of it, and I thought you guys would like it. It's called Through the Cracks. Now, hang on. I just scanned through it just to get any kind of an idea, but I really don't have much idea what to expect here. We're working on the honor system when it comes to the video training. What's up, Bob? Did I play this video? Oh, here we go. Urban Ministries Incorporated. Making it through the cracks. Again, I have no idea what this is. Music is wild.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Man, think of how Joe Shabatoni, think of how amazing the Lifetime movie reenactment of that's going to be. Imagine, I mean, the Kino.
To say anything right now.
Angela Aquera as Grace.
If you want to talk to my commanding officer, Sergeant Duke Powers.
Thank you.
Sergeant Duke Powers.
The whole street closed? The whole block. You got it. Thank you. Sergeant Powers? Wiping off the whole block.
Also understand there's been a murder committed here?
Yeah, right. A young kid by Ricky Jameson.
How old was he?
15, 16.
Well, how did he die?
He was a mule and a drug dealer.
I was listening to horses around here. What do you mean mule?
I mean, he was a delivery boy and he got wasted. Do I need to spell it out any more for you, man? If he had his butt at home doing his homework, none of this would have happened.
You knew personally, officer?
Yeah. I wanted to date my sister, so I had him checked out. When I found out that he was a high school dropout, I had to drop him like he was a bad habit.
Hell
what business is that of yours?
Because I don't want my sister to date somebody that's going to get in big trouble and make more trouble for me, all right? Because guys like that usually wind up in one or two, either in jail or in one of these.
Did you at least... Did you at least try to talk to the kid?
Look, man, some kids listen and some kids don't, all right? I do the best I can. I love these people. I grew up in this neighborhood. I don't like to see any young person die.
You know what, though, man? There's this one kid. His name is Crack. If I can bust him, I can stop the flow of drugs into this neighborhood. Yeah. His day is coming. You can take that to the bank, Mr. Reporter Man. His day is coming.
What is this?
Look, we are in the business of selling
newspapers. Keep your personal vendettas to
Oh shit, King TL. 555.
yourself. So profits are more important than lives, right? Whose lives? The inner city kids. The teenagers who are going to fall through the cracks of society unless somebody does something. And you think one article in the paper is going to save those kids' lives? I'm not talking about one article. I'm talking about a week-long series. Oh, for crying out loud. Look, you always said that you wanted a newspaper that would be accessible to the black community, right? And supposedly that's the reason you hired me. But look at me, writing about jazz concerts, fashion shows, and real
This guy's got kind of a Dracula vibe, I'm just gonna say it.
That is not meeting the total needs of my people. Now, are we going to do some serious journalism, or should I take my hiring as some patronizing gesture?
Look at them. They all have so much potential. You know, it is so tragic that we might lose half of them.
Dr. Davis, are you serious? Half of them? Why?
Teenage pregnancy, drugs, gangs, economics.
And you forgot to mention the steady decline.
I mean, as soon as I saw like 5 seconds of this, I was like, dude, the chat will love this shit.
The black crime. Look, I want to know some answers. Are there any answers to these problems?
Mr. Reed, this may be somewhat of a shock to you, but some of my best students attend church on a regular basis.
We can't say that we're not responsible for our children.
Hell yeah.
If we don't train them, if we don't bring them up, then who will? Either the police with a stick upside their head, or they've got to listen to their parents. We've got to stop talking about our pregnant daughters and stop turning away from our dope addict sons. We must continue to teach our children that it's time to change their lives. It's time to live a life of Christ. We've got to stop talking about how the devil is running our children.
This guy dresses like me.
In the ground. We're constantly talking about the pregnant young lady. We're constantly talking about the pregnant daughter. We're constantly talking about children raising children.
Yeah.
We're constantly talking about them. But how often do we sit down when they come home from school? How often do we look at their homework? How often do we sit down and allow them to explain to us what they learned in school? How often do we take the time that's needed to talk to our children?
Ooh.
Lynette, you just the girl I'm looking for. Can you help me with this algebra homework? That stuff's got my mind all messed up.
Girl, I can't help you now, but if you meet me after school, we can go up to my house and study. But don't expect me to do your homework for you.
Word home, girl. I'll see you in about. Oh, look, I'll catch up with you later. That Cordell Peters, that brother know he's fine.
Tell me, girl, you're about to get set up. I know you don't want to wind up another notch under his belt.
Girl, he's too tough. How's something that fine gonna rock my world?
Wow.
Girl, don't mess up your future.
How's something that fine gonna rock my world?
That's him, Snake. He says I'm lying, old dog. Kill him, Snake. That's him.
Sucker, I'm gonna kill you!
Look, I know it was a risk putting this into something into the theme day that has nothing to do with it, but I just saw this, a little bit of it, and I knew it was magic.
On second thought, what time do you want me to be at your house?
How are we gonna be that fun?
We're responsible for telling them the truth. We're responsible for telling our sons that he can't get folks pregnant and think that he is a man. We're responsible for telling our daughters that she got to stop laying everywhere she wants to. But she got to take time out and find out who people are. God has ordained marriage. God did not ordain sackers, but God ordained marriage.
Is it true what they say about you and Cam? Shoot, man. Got her knocked up. Man, homeboy, how many does that mean? Number 7. What about number 8? Am I there for what? Try what? You say something, Chuck? Yeah. To feel like a man, you gotta get the girl pregnant.
These are my black preacher sunglasses. What do you think?
You know it. Who made up these stupid rules? You could make it something hard, like being an example to the shorties in the hood or getting good grades. No, just make it something to take the intelligence of a dog and heat. You know what the problem is, homeboy? You got too much girl and you be a no. Just too much sense. I'm tired from me off.
What's going on here?
Let's go, right here. Homeboy, not here, but out there on the mats with a rep. That'll work. We better lose, baby. Let's go, baby. Yo, man, you crazy or what? He's the wrestling champion.
King, have you ever felt the Holy Spirit come upon you?
Are you trying to tell me that the local church can play a major role in these students' lives?
Yes, the ones that aren't just Sunday morning social clubs.
Dr. Davis, you really amazed me. I'm impressed. In the last hour, I've seen you prevent 2 gang fights, counsel parents on how to communicate with their own children, and then advise a young teenager on the consequences of premarital sex. Tell me, what's your secret? Where did you get the strength?
Well, are you familiar with the law that bans prayer in schools?
Sure.
It never stopped me.
I gotta grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Dr. Davis, you wanted to see me?
Oh, yes, I want you to meet Mr. Reed, and he's from the Daily Banner. He wants to talk to you.
What's up, man? So what you want to know? Nice one, man. So you're a reporter, huh? Right. That Corvette outside, that's yours? Right again. From reporting, man? Come on. You gotta be dealing on the side. Dealing? What you talking about? You know, man, selling. Crack, herb, something. Daryl, have you ever heard about getting an education and making an honest living? Man, there ain't no such thing as that. Besides, the word on the street is you take what you want. What happened to you? You used to be a good student, you even had a B average, then all of a sudden, nothing. What happened? I got smart, man. Just like crack did. Crack? What in the world is crack? Crack is the deafest deal on the street, man. Drives a Porsche, wears designer originals, and lights and squares $100 bills, man.
Hey, look, it's supply and demand.
Oh, that's the English teacher, Mr. Jack.
Man, is this are they using licensed music?
Who's that he's yelling at? That's what I've been telling you about, man. That's crack. He's bad, ain't he? See, Mr. Jackson just mad at him because he's dropping out of school. Why did he drop out? Same reason to do it, man. Economics.
You get your narrow behind away from this school, Marion.
Oh my gosh, look at this guy. Amazing. Wow, dude. This guy is just epic.
My name is Crack.
Get your narrow behind out of here.
Man, it's Crack.
Your name is Marion Washington. At least that's what it used to be until you changed your name to that junk that you sell. I wonder what you'd call yourself if you were a fertilizer salesman.
That's real funny, Jay. Hey, why you always dissing me, huh?
Because you had a chance to really be somebody.
Hey, look, I did. You take a look at this. This is worth more than you're gonna make this whole month. And I wear it on my wrist.
Yeah. Where'd you get that watch?
This is like, this is Kino. This is to me like these. I'm getting the same feeling from this as like when an archaeologist like opens up a sarcophagus and there's some like cool shit inside of it. Like that's what this is like. I'm so glad that this exists and that now I'm able to see it.
Put some white powder up some kid's nose.
That's supply and demand, brother.
Well, I'm going to let you leave right now before I supply you behind with the size 12 of mine.
Hey, look, I'm getting tired of you, Jackson.
Yeah? And what are you going to do about it, Marion? Nothing.
He keeps
because
using
deep
his
down inside
shoot
you're
name.
sold out. And every time you come around here, I'm going to be right in your face to remind you. You could have been somebody.
Hey, look, I am somebody, all right?
What? Put cocaine, selling stuff they ship over here from Bolivia in the gutted body of a kidnapped 3-year-old child?
This is so good.
So they do that for real, huh?
Yeah, they do that.
We all got to go sometime.
What make bright kid like you act like a fool? Hey, say, man, I'm not a fool.
See, look, the world made me this way, all right? Yeah. See, man got a system set up that no one can ever do. You take a look at all the top spots in major corporations. You black faces up there? Huh. See, I got it figured out. I can get rich right here, right now.
Man, what a scene. Can you imagine? Oh my God. I can't believe this has existed for all this time and I didn't know about it.
Baby, let's get out of here before I have to hurt this joker.
Who you calling a joker, Mary? Huh?
This is like a Mentos commercial. Everyone's applauding the drug dealer. Annie's a passenger princess.
Okay, all the rest of you, get back to class. Let's go.
Daryl and I had a lot of conversations after that, especially when I took him to get something to eat. 3 double cheeseburgers. Where does he put it all? Maybe it goes into those large feet of his. Over his 3rd milkshake, he related to me the conflict he was having at home with his father. It's about the same thing we were talking about.
This is my house, and you live by my rules.
Well, maybe I don't want to live in your house.
Oh, cute, Big Shot. What you gonna do? Score a big score? You gonna be the chairman of the board for Ford Motor Company?
Yeah, I know how to make big money.
How you gonna be anything else but unemployment statistic without your high school diploma?
Because the kind of money I'm gonna be making, I don't need no diploma.
I love Mentos commercials. That's dream booking. If we could have gotten, if Ruby could have given the Thorpes the slip, and then been like held up a newspaper when they went past, and they just drove on, and then she like lowers the newspaper with the Mentos. Epic.
Daryl, don't start.
What you mean, drugs, boy?
Oh, Lord.
Told you I would put my foot up your behind if you ever thought about mixed up with drugs.
Come on, not Dad. You work here now, somebody needs an odd job done. Mama down there working at the grocery store, ringing up groceries we can't even afford to buy. And when was the last time we had a steak in this house?
Wait just a minute.
When's the last time we had a steak in this house?
Who you're talking to? This is your father. He has always been here. And as long as you've been in this world, he has provided food on the table and a roof over your head.
I know that, Mama. And I love you both for it. That's something back to you all.
Just stay in school, son. That's all we ask.
That ain't good enough, Dad. Crack makes between $400 to $800 a day. With that kind of money, y'all can move out of this place. Quit working so hard. You can enjoy life.
I'm enjoying anything at the expense of my brothers and sisters.
That's right.
You know, I don't know why not. Everybody else is.
Everybody else? I'm your mother, and I didn't raise you to be like everybody else.
Ooh.
We're the Harrises. The Harrises got to be able to hold their head up high.
We're the Harrisons. And the Harrisons got to hold their head up high.
Harris. That name and the dollar will get you a ride on the bus. That's your problem, boy.
You got pride. You let everybody else define who you are. Marion has dropped out of school and is dealing in drugs. And for him to feel like something, he has to make you feel like nothing.
But he's making money.
At whose expense, boy? Man is either going to end up dead or in jail. I don't want that to happen to you. I love you, son. I may not be able to give you everything I'd like to, but I'm here. There. Plus, you wouldn't want to now, would you? And after all that me and your mama did to keep you there.
What do you mean?
Do you remember the last time that you talked about dropping out of school? And your father went down to the school to talk to that teacher that you said didn't do anything to help you?
Listen here. When I was young, I was hard-headed. I had a teacher.
Listen here.
He did everything he could to keep me in school. Nah, I thought I knew more than he did.
Oh, my
A
God.
friend suggested that I get a job with him at a construction company. So I quit. I regret it now because I can hardly fill out.
I was just thinking they should give this guy back-to-back drawn-out monologues.
An application because I can barely read.
Mr. Harris, understand. I teach 7 classes every day, 50 minutes each. I just about have to threaten to kill somebody to get proper materials. What? This place is so run down, might fall down on my head. And to top it off, I'm worried about how I'm going to make it on a little bit that they pay me.
Well, if you're that dissatisfied with the school system, you should do something else. I mean, if you can't affect change in these kids' lives, maybe you need a new job.
You know, I've looked at teachers at this school. Asked myself the same question. You know, some of them, they just decided just to show up. Survive until the last class. Collect their check, and then go home. They've lost their drive.
Drive?
It's the thing that makes you want to be a teacher in the first place. That sense of responsibility to turn out young people so that they can be productive in their communities. And then reality sets in. There's not enough money for this or that. Parents send their kids up here expecting us to them, and you see another bum on the street. You just seem like there's nothing left to offer them anymore.
I'm not asking for anything special. Just encourage the boy.
God. Listen here.
How dare you put yourself down in front of that man? I'm proud of what you've done with our family. You have a good job, and you're a good man, and I don't want you to do that.
I said to make an example. I wasn't putting myself down.
I don't, honey.
Oh, I didn't realize that you felt I was putting myself down.
Wow, get a room.
You mean we went through all that for nothing?
I don't know, Dad. I just don't know.
You mean I came down to your school and spoke with your teacher one time for nothing? Wow.
Hey, what? I'll make it plain to you. You stay in school, and there'll always be a roof over your head. You drop out, and you can stay in the streets with Marion, or Crack, or whoever. Do you understand?
Understand real good.
We've done all we can do. It's up to him now.
Hey, Daryl! Daryl! What up, dog?
Oh, boy, what's up, man? Well, I got some fresh beats, man. Check this out.
Here comes the King TL of the group.
Man, you gotta take that thing everywhere you go, man. What's wrong with you? Pass by a mirror on your way.
Hey, man, you know you real somebody's about to do a lot of bleed, man.
Man, chill out, man, all right? What's wrong with you, man? This is me, all right? Your homie. Oh, man, tell me what's wrong.
It's my old man. He's always tripping about me dropping out of school, man. You know, some kind of concerned father trip or something.
Shoot, man, at least you got a father, all right? I don't even know who mine is. My mom's singing profession keep on the road. At least I got my grandmama, but she just can't take the place of my mom and dad. Come on, man, I gotta make it to the gig.
The gig? You still working out that plan?
Yeah, so?
Oh, man, you work down there. You busting your butt down at that place making
Newhart
minimum wage,
reference
man.
from
Somebody
Dave.
only knows you by your name tag, man, and still calls you boy.
Look, man, I got you, all right? I'm gonna go to college, get my music degree, and get some serious competition to Quincy Jones, because I got the Lord on my side.
The Lord, huh?
Yeah, the Lord. I'm gonna play music for the Lord.
What's the Lord done for you lately?
How about waking me up this morning for starters? How about sending his son so I can have eternal life by accepting him into my heart? How about giving me his word to strengthen me in times of...
Listen, preacher, man, if I want to hear a sermon, I go to church, all right?
It wouldn't do you any good. You probably sleep right through it. Look, man, maybe I can give you the word in the way you be able to relate. Hold this, man. Make yourself useful.
Man, what's this all about, man?
Just make yourself... Will you please be quiet?
I mean, wow, what's happening here? This is trippy. This is really fucking with my head. What a ride, man. Inappropriate. Who's directing this? Ben Thorpe? This is really awkward. I don't understand anything about this. I don't even know what it is still. Like, what is it? Is it a TV show? Is it a movie? Is it like I saw it was made by a church or something. Is this like a tape they would distribute to like how to turn your neighborhood around or something you should be on the lookout for? Like, I don't even understand what it is that we're actually watching.
Jail. And if you're sin all your life, you are going to hell. So if you're going astray, you better get ready for the one, the only, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the L-O-R-D, Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty.
Trust the plan. Oh, there we go. This is Catholic. I don't know if that counts. Whoops. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I disconnected for a second. But I wonder if is that a repeating enough thing to count as like a trope in my algorithm? Christians that like for either rap or freestyle rap.
Our creation had a name, the garden of Eden. The Lord Almighty had a good plan. Well, out of us he made some dust and then created a man. Adam was his name, but Adam's still all alone. So God created Eve where Adam's real bone. And the story goes on. Oh yes, you better believe. A matter of fact, pick up your Bible and read scenes. I'm not just talking to one. Hey, I'm talking to everybody about the one, the only, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the L-O-R-D, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty.
Man, woo, boy, I barely make it to the gig time. Oh yeah, by the way, I saw Lynette today. She wants you to meet her. When? After school, after 6th period.
Man, imagine not just asking somebody like, "Hey, can you listen to my mixtape?" You make them listen to an entire performance like live in person, just right in the moment.
Yeah, that figures. Hey, man, take it easy.
Man, dang talk, man. Tell me something I don't already know, Holmes. Remember that game you played against Roosevelt, man? He was the highest scorer on the team, man. Remember the basket that I hit at the bar? Man, he was everybody's hero that day, man, including mine. Really, man? Oh, yeah. I blew it. What? Nothing, man. You say you're looking for Lynette? Yeah. She's up at the house. Come on, man. Go on.
Special delivery from crack to you, Falky.
Man, crack getting younger and younger every day.
Not business.
Daryl, will you please get serious?
Who says I ain't?
I mean about studying for this test. If you don't pass, you're gonna have to make up for it in summer school.
Hey, later for that. Listen, I need me some TLC right now.
You need some SST.
What do you mean?
Some serious study time?
Oh, give me a break, will you?
Baby, you've got so much potential. Don't you want to develop it?
That's what I'm
He
trying
trying
to
to
do.
get that homework. He trying to get them cheats.
Don't even try it, Daryl. I asked you over here so I can study for this test.
What about after we get through? Then we can get into some real serious homework.
Daryl, you know I can't. It's not right. The Bible says...
Oh, flip what the Bible says.
Daryl, stop. I don't want to have to drop out of school because I'm pregnant.
Pregnant?
Uh-oh.
You don't have to worry about that. I got protection.
I've got some, too.
Oh, really?
It's called saying no. Now, if you love me like you say you do, you wait.
Wait, until when?
You know, this kind of ties in with yesterday. Vegan Patriot was talking about how her body count. Well, this is how she phrased it, right? Is that her body count is lower than people might expect it to be, because she's trad. She's more trad in that way than people think. But she only counts toward the body count if it's actual. I think the way she phrased it was if there could be procreation involved. But she did say that when she met up with Aladdin that he used his hands on her. She went in depth. I posted like the entire thing, but she really went in depth on her romantic past.
Till we're married.
But she said she has to have an emotional connection with somebody, although she has made mistakes in the past, that she needs an emotional connection with somebody to get to the penetration.
Married? Girl, I go crazy by then.
Well, I'll just have to visit you in the nut house every day, won't I?
Come on, baby. I mean, sometimes when we kiss, I can feel your heart beating just as fast as mine. And when we walk along the beach, the sparkle in your eyes is not the reflection of the water, but it's the love you feel for me. You see, I know because I
You
feel
guys
the same
taking
way.
notes here?
You haunt my mind, girl. I look at the sunrise, and I see your smile. Look at the stars, and I see your eyes. And when the summer rain gently falls, I feel your touch. Now tell me, two people who feel the way we do shouldn't express their love in the most beautiful way possible.
Lynette!
Oh.
Lynette!
Oh, look at these cock blockers out in the yard.
Darken up.
Good grief. Turn the sprinklers on.
Lynette, Brenda needs your help. She's studying for the GED. Think you can help her?
King TL, you don't like finger blasting?
It's a little bit too late for my help now. Yeah, sure. Come on up. Thanks, Lynn.
Well, I like to think that I had a little... Well, okay, so Edward Kim kind of hinted that he would like to have he had a romantic interest in VP, and she said she was not looking for anything right now, and she didn't want to be a cock tease. but that she was kind of, you know, she wasn't looking. So I typed in chat that Vegan Patriot is a Volcel USA emoji, USA flag emoji. And then so she responded, and that kind of sparked her going down her, like, deep dive into her body count.
Man, we're going over to my house. We'll be back in about 15 minutes, okay?
That's all the time I need, girl.
Girl, you sure is big. You think you're about to deliver? Let me shut up. I don't want that big, ugly brother of yours coming after me.
Hello? Yes, he's here. Who's calling? Crack!
Crack! Give me that phone.
What Savvy Guy would say, he'd say, if you ain't got her pussy wet from the beginning, it's over for you. You gonna sit and listen to her talk about this and about that, you ain't ever getting the box. Somebody, and I wish somebody would have told me this in my 20s, but some guys just gotta buy the box, and that's how it is.
What's up, man? How'd you find me?
Hey man, a cockroach can't get stepped on in this neighborhood without me knowing about it. Now you ready to make some real money?
And you know it.
So, I want you to make a delivery to Burke School for me.
Burke? Isn't that an elementary school, man?
So?
Are you selling to 5th and 6th graders?
3rd and 4th too. You got a problem with that?
Teenagers is one thing, man, but kids?
All right, man, but if you're not interested in making $2,000 a week.
2,000? Well, man, we can negotiate.
Good. Then meet me at the warehouse in 2 hours.
If you show up, you're in.
If not, I guess you can go be a burger flipping flunky at Mickey D's. Later.
Later.
Yeah, don't go. Why don't you leave that Marion alone?
I don't know why not. There's nothing happening here.
Daryl. Daryl. Lord Jesus, please protect her. Don't let anything happen to her.
You know, when a woman say to me, this is what the Bible says, who cares what the Bible says? There are no godly women, so why is she talking about the Bible? I don't care if she's religious. I don't care if she's a good person. I don't even care if she likes me. All I care about is blasting off, busting nuts.
Say, man, is that you? Yeah, it's me. Well, come on out here.
Hey, Michael McCafferty, what did you think about Grace getting accosted by the police? That's like one of your dreams come true.
I ain't got all night.
Patience, my friend. Patience.
At last we meet.
I've been waiting a long time to know you.
I'm an easy man to find, especially when somebody wants to buy as much cane as you do. See, now at first I thought you were jiving, till you bought the last shipment of crack. $150,000? Yeah, I knew you were a major player.
And I only deal with heavyweights. Now surely a smart boy like yourself can come here alone.
And you know that's right. I got 5 men, all white.
I thought I recognized that music. I was like, is it? It can't be.
Watching this scene, packing Uzis, so don't even try nothing crazy.
Ooh, somebody hold my knees together to keep them from knocking. You got the body bailers?
Right here.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought he was pulling out a gun.
Well.
No, she didn't get arrested. She just got accosted by the police. Or did she get arrested after that? I don't know what happened after I went to bed.
Look at here, look at here.
It is. Oh my God, what a banger soundtrack.
Best I've tasted in a long time.
We aim to please. Now, I assume you have the amount we agreed upon. $700,000?
Yes.
Gerald Fitzgerald.
Right here in my bag.
What a vibe.
700,000 years, if I got anything to say about it.
What is this, man? A setup?
Cowboys.
Chico, Rico, Youngblood, Hammerhead, Bullet. Oh.
I'm going to get the body cam footage, Michael McCafferty, and then we're going to watch it on an episode of Intoxicated Women Causing Disturbances.
This sucker. Chico, Rico, Youngblood, Hammerhead, Bullet, off this sucker.
Why did he run down a comically long list of names? What was going on with that?
Come on, y'all, man. This ain't funny. We been busted, man. Busted.
Busted. You've killed the last kid with that junk you sell, scum.
Yeah. Hey, say, man, I ain't killed nobody.
Oh, no?
What a
about
ride.
Falcon Green? Yeah, that's right. Falcon Green. You remember him? Real nice kid. But he's dead now. And the same stuff that's in his bloodstream matches the junk you sold me the last time and this time.
Man, this is emotional.
Murder one.
Hey, say, man, who are you?
I'm a reporter for the Daily Banner.
So what is this going to be in the newspaper or something?
Sure, you're going to jail, buddy.
Oh, come on, man. Don't put this in the newspaper. My mama see it, man. She's just going, man. Come here. Get this fool. Oh, come on, man. So let me go. Y'all got to put it in the paper. You know, y'all can just read it. You have the right to remain silent. I'll be silent. Y'all put it in the paper.
Anything you say can will be used against you.
Tell them all about this,
You have a
man.
right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one will be afforded to you. No call.
Hey, man. Thanks for the use of the vet. It helped me nail this chump. Help with my cover.
Yeah, I want to thank you for letting me be here. This is going to be such a help to my readers.
Hey, man. No one's gonna save us from us but us.
Handshake number 3.
Get out of here, man.
Man, this show is awesome.
What a world.
I don't know what the fuck it is.
Can't believe it. Falcon. Dead.
You want to jump?
Who's that?
It's not important. Let's just say I'm a good friend of the young man that got led away.
Whoa, a white guy.
Friend. He killed Falcon.
Crack had a big mouth. He talked too much. That's why he got caught. But you're different.
Michael Buffer?
I've been watching you.
Watching me. Why?
Recruitment. Everything Crack had, now I offer you. You can eat, wear, and live in the finest
Is
life
this
has to
real?
offer.
Does this actually exist?
At the expense of someone else's life? Why me?
Why not? You're hungry. And you know
It just seems so weird to me that this exists. I still don't really how was this distributed? Like, who was the target audience for this?
that no matter what you want, you can have it no matter what it takes.
Church movie
You'll be
night?
a millionaire by the time you're 20.
But man, Falcon is dead.
An unfortunate occurrence for which I'm very sorry. I'm having my attorney set up a trust fund for the family to
Oh,
offer
wow.
my
What a generous guy.
sincere condolences. You see, Daryl, money is neither good nor evil. It's how you use it that matters. What do you think? We'd make a great team.
This is the kind of stuff Grace does. You know how she likes to have the light from the blinds coming in on her face.
Trust fund. How?
I'm
gotta leave
stressed
you now.
about it. My anxiety's up.
But when you make a decision, I'll be around.
Vampires. What a crazy trip this is. I'm clinging to sanity.
Man, oh man, oh man. I'm gonna do it, Grandma.
I'm gonna wait till he gets off work and I'm gonna lay him out. Who, Keith? My supervisor. That white man calls me boy and gets away with it. Now he's
This guy's gonna lay out his supervisor. Amazing.
gonna pay.
Boy, we really gonna have to pray about that temper of yours. You act a fool and you the one that's gonna pay. Don't reduce yourself to such a low level, son.
I don't need no morality lesson right now. What I need right about now is some revenge.
What kind of talk is that? Can God get any glory out of you?
No.
I don't need any morality lessons right now. What I need is revenge.
But it'll give me some satisfaction. Grandma, sometimes I just don't understand. I question God. I mean, if he's so much of a good God, then why do he make things like prejudice and crime and stuff?
He didn't do that. That is the result.
Savvy guy, he's got the answer to that. Remember, we just watched the video on why does God allow bad things to happen. And Savvy Guy's answer was simple. The Creator is evil.
Of sin. And that's the result of Adam and Eve falling in it.
If Savvy Guy were the higher power, everybody would be sexy.
Garden of Eden. Now remember, son, God gave us a free will. We can choose to serve him or we can serve the devil. The devil is behind every evil works in this world today.
Then why don't God put a stop to Satan?
We're God's instruments. We're who the Lord worked through, the Christians. We're the lights of the world. Now, we can't get hung up in anger and bitterness and all that stuff. Well, we'd be no different than the world, and you know that'll never work.
But what about my supervisor? Am I just supposed to let him get away with what he called me?
You got to stop thinking with your fists and start using your head. You know there is a better way to do this.
I mean, this is just like it's just like a really wonderful, rich cake. It just keeps getting better and better as the movie goes on, or a movie or whatever this is. Promotional cassette.
We can do it God's way.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Yeah, God wants us to do everything decently and in order. Now,
she's like, I wake up in the morning, I ask for maximum suffering.
Listen at this. Your supervisor have a boss, doesn't he? All right? Fill out a formal complaint against your supervisor to him and see what happens. Now, if it don't work, we can always take it to the higher courts.
You mean the Lord?
Nobody else but.
Grandma.
See, Jimmy's already litigated all of his problems in, hang on. What does he call the court system? Oh, he's got a name for it. He says that the cases have been decided in something, and he's got a... Oh, I can't find it. It's not on this page. Yeah, he's litigated his things, though, in the spiritual realm. In the spiritual realm, he's rich as hell. He's got his inheritance there, which is the real problem, right? Because the fake tarot card readers, fake tarot card collectives, and the Aryans want his inheritance in the next life as well, not just here. They want to keep him poor here, but they also want to take his inheritance in the next life.
Thanks
Destiny swap.
for being here when I need you. You seem to always know what to say.
Well, the Lord wouldn't have it any other way. Now, look here. I just seen the postman. I know that's who that was. Run down there and get Grandma's Social Security check for somebody else help us out. Okay? Hurry up now.
Okay, Grandma. Woo! Grandma! Grandma! Oh, man! Look at this! Oh, man! Look here! Look in here! Grandma! Grandma, look at this! Ooh, we came in
Did you see her pick up the rolling pin?
last. I don't believe it. Grandma, look at this. Oh, wait, look at this. Who did I kill him? Did you kill him? Hey, what happened? Look at this. This is a letter from Quest Music, Grandma. My song, The Lord Almighty, it's going to be published. And look, check. Oh, wait, look at this. I'm a public songwriter. I'm a public songwriter. Do you hear me? Look at this. You mean my check didn't come?
It came, Grandma. It came. It came.
Hallelujah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, son, look at here. Come on here. You know you ain't black. I'm so happy for you, son. Look at
Thank you, Lord Jesus. I told Gerald God was going to do
all
it.
right then, all right. Had your faith going. Yeah.
Yes, Lord.
Yeah.
I don't think Through the Cracks is gonna ever be appreciated. I hope it is. I hope it does. But I think we have a group of people here today that have so much appreciation for the wonderment of this movie. I think we may be experiencing the peak of Through the Cracks.
Better run, tell me.
Yes,
Sure
ma'am.
do.
Yes, ma'am.
Testify, son.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah. He got
Don't light a candle. What are you doing? Pedal to the metal, Dad.
his, and I got mine. Glory. Oh, glory. Hallelujah.
Grace was in like full, what's that girl? Veruca Salt mode, like she was when she was doing the shiny pennies for the Scat Goblin segment.
The Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the L-O-R-D, Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh,
What do you mean it's too black for you?
yeah.
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, come on in, Keith.
I can't wait to tell Daryl. Man, he won't even believe it. The Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the L-O-R-D, Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty, the Lord Almighty. Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, yeah. Is Daryl home?
Man, I'm trying to I'm just absorbing what we just witnessed, man, I know it didn't have anything to do with, well, maybe we did learn how to communicate more effectively. I don't know. Man, though, that was really, that was amazing. The Lord Almighty, written by Greg Lee, by the way, 1988. I think, what's his name? South to West was right. What a video, man.
Callers are on neither list. And these are the...
Whoops, hang on. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Thanks for taking that detour with me. I appreciate it. I was scared to watch it alone.
Great. Fine, then I'll talk to you Wednesday. Hello, I'm George Walther, and I've had it with those time-wasting, frustrating, sometimes infuriating telephone situations that seem to happen every day. And I'll bet you're fed up, too. During the next few minutes, we're going to put some simple, proven, effective techniques to work. They're going to help you unleash the power that's dormant in your phone every time you use it.
Hello, I'm returning Mr. Sanders' call. Is he in?
No, I'm sorry. He just left for lunch. Can he return your call?
Have those supplies I ordered come in yet? I've been waiting for them over a month and my stock's running low.
This is the overseas operator. How may I help you? You can dial that direct. 10288017.
Listen, Helen, I'm in my car and I don't have my notes with me. Can you check the contracts that are on my desk, please?
Hello, this is Mr. Sanders. I'm returning.
Should I do like a regular video review like I do for other movies for that one, for Through the Cracks?
Mrs. Spencer's call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sanders. You just missed her. She's gone for the day.
Florence, can you give me that delicious apple pie recipe you made the last time Howard and I were over for dinner? He's been
Feels like a government overreach. That's called wiretapping.
raving about it ever since. You know,
George Walther, and I'm pissed off.
I've asked a lot of people how they feel about their telephones. And do you know how most answer? I hate it. Some people consider telephone calls to be annoying interruptions. Others point to their phones as major time thieves. Still others have actually got phonophobia. They hate having to make a call, and they really get rattled when the calls start pouring in. But wait a minute. This phone and the system of cables, satellites, and switching equipment it's connected to form the most powerful, effective communication system this world has ever seen. So why all the irritation? How come we're always getting put on perpetual hold, transferred from one uninformed person to a rude one, and then given information that's either incomprehensible or just plain wrong? The reasons are pretty simple. The system itself is fine. The problems come from us, the users. For the most part, we use the telephone almost unconsciously. Old habits lead us to frustrating, ineffective exchanges that can leave us, well, hating our phones. So let's see how we can make the telephone an effective communication tool rather than a frustrating, irritating, and annoying time waster.
Mr. Jacobs' office?
Hello, this is John Anderson. Is Mr. Jacobs in, please?
No, I'm sorry, he's in a meeting. I'll be glad to have him call you back when he's free.
That would be fine.
Hello, this is Hank Jacobs returning Mr. Anderson's call.
Mr. Jacobs, Mr. Anderson is busy right now. Can he return your call after lunch?
Sure.
This is John Anderson returning Mr. Jacobs' return of my call.
Mr. Jacobs just left for a late lunch appointment. Can I have him call you back either tomorrow morning?
Been playing phone tag lately? You call someone, somebody...
Hey, so I have a couple... I'm just going to throw this out there while we have some people in here. What do you guys think about... do you remember, like, back in the... I don't know, most of you probably aren't old enough to maybe remember, but they used to do, like, house party records that would have, like, comedy routines on them and stuff like that. I found some pretty interesting... looking ones. Let me tell you the name of this one. It's called Sloppy's House Party. It's just like a half an hour of some kind of comedy routine. And then there was one other thing I was going to tell you. Oh, I found this. It looks like it's a. I don't know if it's a wrestling podcast, right? And I don't know if it's a pro or anti-racism, but it's called Wrestling with Racism. And it's got a very provocative image on the one I've seen. What do you think about a race-oriented wrestling podcast or an old-school Sloppy Daniels presents Sloppy's House Party? What do you think?
He takes a message, you get a call back just after leaving for lunch, you call again in the afternoon, but the guy you're trying to reach is in a meeting, and on and on and on. You know the game. We all get caught in it more than we'd like. The best way to stop playing...
Or do you want to watch a video about how to communicate with people from other cultures?
...phone tag is to simply not let the game get started in the first place. When you call someone and hear a secretary or receptionist say,
Mr. Anderson's not at his desk. Would you like to leave a message?
Don't just leave your name and number. Instead, take one extra step right then and there to reach your contact. Have the person paged or ask if there's another extension where you can reach him. And ask the operator for the best person to talk with for your situation. That person may be available right away. If you must talk with one specific person and he just isn't there, your best bet is to schedule a definite time to call again. Simply leaving a message and asking for a return call just leaves you open.
This guy is saying that everything we've heard up to this point is bullshit. He's saying if you have to leave a message. Okay, so basically, let's look at it from Savvy Guy's perspective. If you have to leave a message, if somebody's not picking up the phone to take your call, leaving a message is foolishness, because if they wanted to hear what you had to say, they would pick up the phone. So this guy's saying if you're leaving a message, you're fucked, like you're cooked. You're not even, nobody gives a shit.
Open to playing phone tag. If you want results, you, the caller, have to take control.
Janet, does Mr. Jacobs' schedule look better at 11:30, or is right after lunch a better time?
No, Mr. Anderson, there's a staff meeting starting at 1 o'clock, but he should be free just before lunch.
Great.
I do have a Bill Cosby video coming up soon.
I'll call back right at 11:30. Could you please make a note of that on Mr. Jacobs' schedule? And also, if you could tell him that I want to review Section 7 of our contract, that way we'll both be looking at the same thing and we can clear this up in a few minutes. I'll call you back at 11:30.
Perfect. He's saying, like, okay, I like that. He's setting an expectation. He's saying, when you call me back, here's the information I need. If you're looking at it, I'll be looking at it, and we can get it resolved like that. That's setting, like, clear, like, here's what I expect from you.
Thank you for your help.
All right, Mr. Anderson, I'll talk to you then.
One of the major keys to getting more accomplished more quickly is to schedule call appointments. Find out when your contact is most likely to be available. If you're talking to a secretary or assistant, ask to schedule a telephone appointment. An important phone conversation should get just as much attention as an important face-to-face meeting. Your aim isn't to cut your phone bill by making the other guy call you back, and you're not just out to put the ball in his court. You want to get connected.
Exactly. You need to use the phone as a blunt instrument to establish dominance over your business partners.
Control really is a crucial key to using the phone well. You're better off as the caller instead of the callee.
Now, this might seem like outdated advice, but we could get a kind of a little bit of a super basic entry crash course, and maybe you can apply this to, instead of controlling a telephone conversation, how do you control the panel? If you go up on a show, how do you make sure you're the one that's controlling how things go?
Negotiators always prefer to conduct discussions in their own offices, just as athletic teams have an advantage playing on the home field or court. When someone calls you, you have to quickly shift gears from whatever you were doing to the business now at hand. You can't perform at peak levels unless you are prepared, both physically and psychologically, to achieve your goals. But when you are the caller, you gain the advantage of power through preparation. You can take the time to write out exactly what you want to accomplish before the call. You're able to consider what questions to ask, what points to raise, exactly what you need to cover. And you're also able to prepare psychologically. Sure, there are lots of times when you make a phone call just to chat or stay in touch with a friend. But most business conversations have a specific objective. If you were traveling to a meeting, you'd certainly give careful thought to your goals. Problem is, when people use the telephone, they don't invest the time to identify and focus on their objectives. Successful people in all walks of life agree that achieving goals does require planning and hard work. And nothing is more important than an attitude of success. If the other guy calls you, you're off guard. Your emotional energy is concentrated elsewhere. When you place the call, you can psychologically gear yourself up to achieve positive results. If you work with a secretary or assistant, you've got a powerful team combination. Use it. Consider giving your secretary control of a 1-hour block of time each morning and each afternoon reserved for your callbacks. When a client or...
Listen, sweetheart, can you come into my office for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon?
A colleague calls for you, have your secretary find out exactly what the call concerns. In many cases, she can either answer the question or direct the caller to someone who will. But if you and the caller do need to talk, she'll schedule the callback right then and there. She simply refers to your telephone appointment sheet and finds a time that's convenient for you and the caller. She makes sure that the caller understands that this is a commitment.
You don't believe in home field advantage?
Not a vague promise to get in touch later.
Mr. Jacobs, that looks fine. Mr. Anderson will call you at 11:30. What's your secretary's name? Okay. Please ask Janet to watch for his call. John is very punctual, and he will consider this callback as a definite appointment.
Sound kind of wordy and unrealistic? Maybe you even think it would be too much trouble to schedule such an appointment. That whole process took about 15 seconds. But if you don't make an appointment...
He wouldn't matter because he's setting the tone. He's keeping control of the situation by sitting like that.
You're almost sure to get caught in the time-wasting game of perpetual phone tag. National research shows that at least 3 out of 4 attempted contacts are unsuccessful. If you keep careful track of your own phone activity, you'll probably find that you sacrifice at least 20 minutes a day to phone tag. That's almost 2 hours a week. In the last year, phone tag probably robbed you of more than 2 full work weeks. Isn't it worth investing a few seconds to make sure you don't get caught wasting so much time?
Not that I'm aware of, Randy, no.
Not to mention the frustration. If you're going to leave a message, make it good enough to help you achieve your objectives.
Yes, thanks. I would like to leave a message. What's your name? Hi, Sandy. Let me take a minute to explain just what I want to cover with Elaine. That way she won't have to waste her time playing phone tag. Okay, first, we need to verify legal approval of the new disclaimer. Now, if you'll have that ready for her, Elaine should be...
Dude, this is how you take care of business. Wow, man, this guy's coming out 100 miles an hour. I'm not going to play these little phone tag games, Janet, whatever her name is.
Able to finalize this version by Wednesday or Thursday. Now, if there's any problem in the meantime, just call me. Now, otherwise, I'll call you on Friday to verify that everything's okay. Now, is 9:30 a good time to call? Great. Then I'll talk to you this Friday at 9:30 unless I hear from you sooner.
Once again, that took a bit longer than most messages. The whole call lasted a little over half a minute. But that's not time that's spent. It's invested. Think of the trade-off. If he were lucky and did get a return call after leaving a shorter message, he'd have had to go through the whole message again anyway. Then, Elaine would either have to put him on hold or call back after she retrieved the document. Then, of course, she'd have to go talk to the lawyer, and odds are they'd have begun playing phone tag.
Hold on a second.
The golden rule...
South to West, are you saying you would like this guy to take his coat off and get more comfortable?
Rule applies to phone tag.
What's next?
Just as it does to other areas of telephone techniques.
Take his shoes
You
off?
appreciate it when someone you call takes an extra step to save time and end phone tag. So,
if he can save 5 minutes on phone calls cumulatively, he will take off a sock.
treat others as you'd like them to treat you.
Roll up sleeves and loosen tie.
Phone tag wastes a large part of your day, and the calls themselves often take way too long. Time waste is the #1 problem in using the phone well. One National Personnel Service recently determined that fully 21% of all phone time is wasted. Time is money, and that adds up to lots of dollars. You can get a lot more accomplished, much faster, by using some simple telephone techniques. Decide how calls are going to be handled in your office. Whether you have a secretary, are a secretary, or simply have co-workers who handle some of your calls, you can create a time-saving team with just a little thought and planning. We use the word screening when we talk about a secretary intercepting a call. I'm afraid screening has gotten a bum rap.
Mr. Johnson's office?
Is he in, please?
Who's calling, please?
Paul Booth.
Just a minute, I think he's in a meeting. Henry, there's a Paul Booth calling for you. What do you want me to tell him?
Not him. Just tell him I'm in a meeting or something.
Did he say goddamn?
I'm sorry, Mr. Booth, he's in a meeting and can't come to the phone. Why don't you try him later this afternoon?
That's not what call screening is supposed to mean. When you ask the caller why he's calling, it's because you want to find out who can best help. No point wasting his time if there's somebody else who's in a better position to serve him. And if he has called the right person, he'll get the best, most efficient help if that person is well prepared. Switch your thinking about call screening. Stop thinking of it as a way to barricade the boss, and instead, think of it as a way to help both the caller and
I'm smoking insane clown cake.
The callee.
Use the positive screen.
Of course, there are some people who you always want to talk with, regardless of what's going on. Secretaries and supervisors should agree on a blessed and a pest list. The blessed list is those people who you always want to be interrupted for. The boss, your best customer, maybe a management recruiter. Then there is your pest list. I'm sure there are some people who never have anything
guys, the pest list.
important
Wait, pest list.
to talk about when they call you, never get to the point, even if they have one, and always leave you wishing that you hadn't made time for the conversation.
Wow.
Let your secretary know that you just don't want to talk to those people. Don't ask her to lie. She shouldn't
Let the mods know to block him in chat.
ever say, he's in a meeting. Simply have her say something truthful, like, George is working on a writing project and has asked me not to interrupt him. I will let him know that you called. Most callers are on neither list, and these are the people for whom call screening is designed. A secretary's job is to find out who's calling and exactly what the call concerns. If the caller can show her that the conversation is important, she schedules a definite callback appointment. If the caller can't show her the call is important, don't take it. It would be wasteful for both of you to have a conversation if the subject is of no interest to you.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson's office. This is Diane speaking. How may I help you?
Is he in, please?
Yes, but he's working on a budgeting project right now, and he's asked me not to disturb him. Who's calling, please?
Paul Booth.
Mr. Booth, eat shit. Click.
Oh, Mr. Booth, I arranged Mr. Johnson's callback schedule. If you'll just tell me about your call, I can either arrange a callback or help you another way.
Yes, what I'd like to do.
You can start saving time right now by making sure you get a complete message. Do you use telephone message pads like this one? Are you ever able to communicate complete information on one of these? You're lucky if you can squeeze the name and number on those little lines. Now, if you use this version, you can get more.
It'll be interesting, too, to see if it's, well, I mean, I don't know how it works there. It could be like, I guess, state by state or even like municipality decided how easy or hard it is to get one. Or it could just be the judge, I guess.
More complete messages.
Whoa. Hold on a second. What was going on with that?
You can start saving time right now by making sure you get a complete message. Do you use telephone message pads like this one? Are you ever able to communicate complete information on one of these? You're lucky if you can squeeze the name and number on those little lines. Now, if you use this version, you can get more complete messages.
Wow.
Just because your stationery supplier sells some pre-printed forms doesn't mean you have to use them. Design your own with the information you need. Here's what I use. It has all the vital basics. Name.
He's shooting this after hours. Message for George Walther from Julie Sukamungus. Chuckamungus. Chuckamungus. Heliotrope in Los Angeles. Graphic designer, there's the phone number. Finalized logo color, do you prefer red or white initials? Can you imagine impressions? Oh, patient, understanding, friendly, real bitch. We'll give you logo samples with message.
Company, phone number, reason for the call. But it also has several extra elements that give me an edge when calling back. Like the
Absolutely, King. Barry and Gregory.
Phonetic spelling for callers with unusual names. And instead of a check mark in a tiny box that says, "Will call again" or "Please call back," this message slip makes it very easy to schedule a callback appointment. When this slip is filled out, I know exactly when the conversation is scheduled. There are several other important tidbits on this form. You've noticed that sometimes a person's words just don't tell the whole story. There's often an emotional agenda that comes through loud and clear in a
Oh my God. Wasn't this the same guy who said you shouldn't leave messages? And now we have a whole section about like the most like down to the grain of sand detail in message leaving?
A person's voice.
Or is he saying that you should absolutely never leave a message yourself, but if someone is taking a message for you, they should be doing it like super in-depth?
Whoever takes the message for you will pick up the between the lines message. So why not ask what it is? I've found that my secretary's impressions are very reliable. If the caller seems rushed and serious, sincere and businesslike, or laid back and relaxed, I want to know it. And if my secretary makes any promises, I want to know that, too. If you've made a promise and then don't follow through...
Listen, if I can get you to initial next to each of these sex acts, that way we can get everything filed away up front and get all the paperwork done and get down to the romantic part.
The negative impression that results is indelible. Finally, I use a simple priority system. Every message has a clear ranking.
Remember in, was it Total Recall where they had that? Where like when you went up to meet up for the date, you would like negotiate like odds of having sex on, or like how many dates before sex and stuff like that. You had to meet with like a date broker.
An A call is one that I must return right away. A B is much less pressing, but still important. And a C call requires no action from me. One of the basic principles of time management is to do things in order of priority. When you're returning calls, handle the A's right on schedule. Don't even glance at the C's until your priority calls are complete. With a smooth-running call handling system, a secretary or co-worker screens your inbound call, gathers all the information you need to handle it,
what a nightmare,
schedules a specific call back, and then provides you with a complete packet of preparation materials.
What?
The calls are arranged in priority order with all necessary forms or reference materials attached. Now, you're ready to go.
Okay, and keep in mind that all of this is to save phone time, apparently.
Where you place your phone can have a big impact on how you use it. If your desk looks like this, it's time for a change. I recommend setting up a phone station. Be sure it's in an uncluttered area, away from your main work surface, so that when you face the phone, you face away from other people, away from the door or hallway, so passers-by don't divert your gaze. Have a fresh pad and a pen nearby, and maybe a small rack to hold your message slips and prioritized callbacks. Since time waste is the major concern for most of us phoners, be sure to place a small clock nearby.
Oh,
be aware of the minutes you're investing during each call.
Bro.
And this may surprise you. A small mirror is a vital phone accessory. It's a good idea to glance in the mirror before starting a call. Your voice does project your disposition, so make sure you've got a friendly smile on your face before talking.
Oh boy.
Now that your phone station is prepared, it's time to prepare yourself before you dial. It's a rare business call that doesn't have at least one specific objective. Most have several. Trouble is, most people give little thought to what they want to accomplish on the telephone. If you were going to a meeting, you'd first prepare some notes.
Boners.
Do the same thing for your important phone calls. Before you dial, identify exactly what you want to accomplish and write out your specific objectives. A written call...
I don't even know what to say about this.
Planner, like this one, should be your visual focus. Jot down a couple of questions that will help...
Hang on. Caller's name is George. Well, we didn't get the last name, so there's a million Georges in the world. Fail immediately. Firm appointment to present training PGM. Well, what does PGM stand for? Get names of committee members and permission to call. Okay. Schedule decision deadline. Understand why no go ahead.
Help you gather information while...
What major training priorities? What biggest opportunities new? What problems need attention? Okay.
Showing your interest in the other person's point of view. Your call planner and message slips are vital records of what happened. Part of having a call handling system is keeping track of your conversations. One reason people sometimes prefer to write a letter or memo is that they want a history of what occurred.
Have you guys ever worked at a place that had like used a phone tree? Like that's how they handled customer service, was they just had like a tree with so many set responses and it like told you where to go depending on how they answered?
If you have a record of what you covered during important conversations,
those are really great for malicious compliance too.
It can be very valuable later on. Having a roadmap showing where you want to go helps you control the call. Of course, you've already put yourself in a stronger position by controlling the turf. placing the call back rather than reacting to a call. There's a final vital component to saving time on the phone. Good listening skills. It's amazing what poor listeners most of us are. Most time loss on the phone results from poor preparation coupled with poor listening. Dr. Lyman K. Stile, Communications Authority and Executive Director of the International Listening Association, has thoroughly researched our listening habits. He's found that we communicate during about 80% of our waking hours. What we do least is write. That's only about 9% of our communications activity.
Thank you for the
16% of the time is used to read. And we speak during 30% of our time. But listening accounts for 45% of our communications activity. All through school, we get training in reading and writing, maybe even a course or two on speaking, but we never seem to get solid training in listening. As a result, we're...
Well, I just think that lesson just doesn't sink into inconsiderate assholes like you, buddy.
a bunch of horrible listeners. Lots of research confirms that in face-to-face situations, we listen at an effective rate of only about 25%. On the phone, we're probably even worse. Poor listening mistakes are costly, but they can be reduced dramatically with 6 simple techniques. 1. Always prepare to listen. Consciously decide that you're going to give your full attention to the call. 2. Turn away from your other work and keep...
What did he say that upset you?
Keep an open mind, concentrating on what the other guy is saying. 3. Don't interrupt. Understand. Don't second guess. 4. Adopt the same physical posture you...
Somebody clip this and send it to Grace. She could really use these tips.
Use face-to-face. Show your attention and interest by sitting up straight. Look alert. 5. Take notes during every call. The more senses that are involved, the better your retention. And 6. Invest the time to repeat and verify key facts. It's surprising how often we're certain that we heard what we heard, but it's just not what the other guy is equally as certain he said. You can dramatically cut your wasted phone time and be much more effective achieving results if you'll simply follow these steps.
Hi. I was wondering, if it really isn't too much of a bother, just in case, Mr. Baskin has a few minutes, do you think I could talk to him about... Well, I kind of have this question, and I guess he's the one that can answer it.
Your voice is like a window that lets the other person see you. We need to be very attentive to those first impressions. They count for a lot, and you never get a second chance to correct a bad one. But when does that first impression really take place? No, not in person, but in a phone call. The job applicant creates an impression on his potential employer when she first calls for the interview. A salesman makes his when he calls to schedule the sales appointment. We all form judgments about others on the phone, and we do it quickly. Next time a stranger calls, pause after 15 seconds and ask yourself what impressions you've picked up. Of course, just as we're busy picking up impressions about others, they're doing exactly the same thing about us. The way you speak says a lot about you. You can use your voice to convey just the impression you want. I call this power talking. I'm not just talking about the words you use, although what you say definitely plays a role in projecting your phone image. How you say your words and what you're saying with your body also make a dramatic impact. Body language, plus your voice and the actual words you choose to say together form your impression. In face-to-face conversations, research has shown that the words themselves convey only 7% of your feelings to others. The way you say them, your voice tone, rhythm, volume, and so on, convey 38%. And your body language carries a whopping 55% of the weight.
Harold, I want you to come into my office. Let's talk turkey.
Let's try it another way, with precisely the same words.
Harold, I want you to come into my office. Let's talk. Turkey.
Notice how the voice and body language carried more of the message than the words. Power talkers use 5 techniques to make the best possible impression.
I keep sneezing.
More of the message than the words. more of the message than the word.
Harold, I want you to come into my office. Let's talk turkey.
Let's try it another way, with precisely the same words.
Harold, I want you to come into my office. Let's talk turkey.
Notice how the voice and body language carried more of the message than the words. Power talkers use 5 techniques to make the best possible impression. As you talk with others who impress you positively, notice how many of these principles you hear in action. The whole aim of communication is to understand each other. Anything that gets in the way of understanding hinders your ability to create good impressions while communicating. So, step 1 for any power talker is to develop rapport.
Mm-hmm. True.
Get on the other person's wavelength. Adjust the way you speak to match the other person's pattern.
Mirroring.
There's no fixed ideal way to speak. If the caller speaks at my rate at about 150 words a minute, and you rattle out some ideas at 225, he's going to miss many of them because he's busy feeling uncomfortable about your pace. Maybe he'll label you a fast talker and think you're trying to rush something past him. Or he may even think you're trying to talk over his head. The point is, he's going to think something unless your speaking rate is just about like his. If you sound similar, you let the other person focus on the content of what you're saying. You may also need to adjust your volume. If the other person seems most comfortable,
Dumb yourself down. Dumb yourself down to their level.
Speaking softly, tone your voice down some. I'm not saying you should eliminate your own personality, just make it easier for the other person to understand you. Notice, too, the word patterns others use. Some are very interested in talking about their emotions and other people. Some just want to get to the bottom line of a business decision. Others want to know every single fact and detail. People think and speak in many different patterns. For centuries, the best salesmen have been experts at making people feel comfortable by reflecting their own communication patterns. Other rapport-building tips are plain common sense. Use the other person's name 2 or 3 times during a phone conversation.
Yep.
Oh, I know, this can be way overdone. But we do all respond positively when we hear others say our names. The best way to build rapport is to ask questions. This gives you a chance to listen and get a profile of the other person's communication patterns. And you can find common ground by showing that you're interested in finding out about the other person, his views or his experiences. The next technique is to let your body talk. Your whole body influences how you sound. If you want to convey enthusiasm, move around. Fit your phone with a long cord like this one, so you can move about freely as you talk. In the process, you'll keep your blood circulating more quickly, and that helps you to sound alert and lively. We've already talked about the importance of good listening skills. Your body plays a big role here, too. If you're slouched down, you sound uninterested.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what happened. Tell me all about it.
Remember when Ben told Blade to sit up straight if he was going to talk to him?
But if you simply correct your posture and sit up, you'll be amazed at how it will change the sound of your voice and help convey sincere interest.
Yes, I'd like to hear what happened. Tell me all about it.
Your word choice also makes a strong impression.
Well, gee, I don't think I can possibly get that to you before Friday. Possibly I might be able to try. Yes, I will have that to you no later than Friday, and I will arrange to have it ready for you by noon.
The same basic facts, which sounded more professional. The next power talking technique is to use positive, active language.
Positive, active language.
When you use positive, active words, people not only get a better impression of you, they actually understand what you're saying more easily. In fact, researchers have found that the same statement, stated positively, is understood 1/3 more quickly than one that's phrased negatively. There's a whole list of wishy-washy negative words that we should purge from our vocabularies.
Let's hear them.
Yeah, I'll try. What a cop-out. Say what you definitely will do. That sneaky word try just gives you an out if you don't follow through as you intended. Know what you're going to do and commit to doing it.
I'll have to check with accounting on this.
So fine, check with accounting. But don't make it sound like such a burden.
Yeah, you're definitely limited on your aerobics with the corded telephone.
I'll be glad to check with accounting. Makes all the difference.
I'll be honest with you.
Hold it. Does that mean you've been lying to me up until now?
Can I ask you a question?
You already have. If the question is a valid one, and the time is right, ask away. You don't need to get down on your knees and ask permission to ask a question.
I'm only the assistant.
Where's your pride?
Wow.
Nobody should ever belittle
Amazing.
him or herself. Whatever your job may be, it's a vital one, and you've got every right to be proud of your work. Never put yourself down.
I'll have to ask somebody about that.
Does that mean you're a nobody? Wouldn't you make a better impression if you said, I'll be glad to confirm that information with accounting and get back to you within the hour? Pay attention to power talkers around you. Notice what they say that creates their gets things done image. When you've discovered a wishy-washy phrase you'd like to dump from your own vocabulary, try to, do eliminate it with the aid of this behavior modification device. Write the word or phrase you're going to purge right on the rubber band and wear it on your wrist. When you hear yourself using the offending word, give the band a snap. You'll be giving yourself a sharp reminder. Technique number 4.
What a weirdo.
Be concise. Power talkers get right to the point. Sure, there's room for friendly banter, but if you want to communicate business information, do it concisely.
Well, I could try and get in touch with you later on, say at the end of the week, like maybe Thursday afternoon or Friday, if that's okay.
Instead, how about...
I'll reach you on Friday. Is 10:30 convenient, or shall I call you at 2?
Remember, the one piece of advice most
Present
business people would like to give on the phone is get to the point. And now for our 5th and final guideline. Always tell the truth.
He wants to get to the point, but he wants a novel written if you're taking a fucking message.
Once you sacrifice integrity, you never get it back. Your
never.
reputation is going to be with you forever. I recently talked with Ken Cragen, known the world over as the man behind USA for Africa and Hands Across America, not to mention his management of such superstars as Lionel Richie and Kenny Rogers. When I asked Ken about the single most important factor in his very successful business career, he said without hesitation, I always tell the truth. It's tempting to fudge sometimes.
Fudge.
You think nobody will notice. But communications specialists have discovered that your voice communicates honesty more reliably than your words or even your body language. A pathological liar may be able to look you in the eye and say, I mailed that check last week. You should have gotten it by now. Subtle voice fluctuations, researchers call it cue leakage,
This guy might have been married to a narcissist.
are what give away liars. Just assume that anyone you're talking to will know if you're really telling the truth or not.
Oh, I thought he was gonna.
It's not very difficult to be a power
I thought he was gonna say, assume everyone you talk to is a pathological liar.
talker. The skills that you develop for projecting the best possible phone impressions will carry through to your in-person impressions too.
Let your body talk. I'm ready. Tell the truth.
It's easy to get caught up in power-talking principles and time-saving techniques, but completely lose sight of why we're all in business in the first
Liquid
place.
Dan Marino.
You've probably got at least one book with excellence in the title somewhere in your office or home. One of the dominant themes of all the excellence books is that in order...
I think he looks like the guy they would have cast to be Johnny Cage if they would have made Mortal Kombat in the early 80s.
To really achieve excellence, you must stay close to your customers, find out what they think of your service, what product improvement ideas they have, and exactly how they feel about your company. There's a very simple customer feedback program that I call SOAR, S-O-A-R. This program will help you soar above all competitors in your field. The S stands for solicit. Ensure that everyone in your organization who has daily contact with customers solicits feedback at every opportunity. Take the time to ask just one question. It may be something simple like,
I notice you've been using our product for more than a year now. If you could make one change to improve it, what would it be?
Or,
We're delighted to have you as a customer, and we're always looking for ways to serve you better. If there's one thing you'd like to see us do a little better, what would it be?
You'll be amazed at the ideas your customers offer if you just ask for them. The O in SOAR stands for open. Open the communication channel. Sometimes you've got to consciously coax those comments. With a sincere tone of voice, let your customers know that you really do want to hear their ideas.
Mr. Adams, it sounds like there's just a bit of hesitation in your voice. I know sometimes it's hard to tell people when they've let you down, but I really would like to know if there's an area where we could improve. My aim is to find out about problems so I can fix them.
The most valuable input you can get is that which concerns your shortcomings. The A of SOAR stands for appreciate. Express appreciation for what you've just heard, especially if it's bad news. Even if the caller has offered several complaints...
Hold on a second. What does that comment mean? This is seriously what they need to play to torture people. Well, what does that say about me? What is that? That's kind of a commentary on me, isn't it, Richard? Just put this on loop for 24 hours.
Respond sincerely and say,
Mr. Jackson, I'm very sorry that we've disappointed you, and I'm very glad that you've taken the time to tell me about it. Without comments like yours, I wouldn't be able to fix the problems. Thank you for telling me the truth.
And finally, the R stands for reward. Any behavior that you want to see repeated has to be rewarded.
Open,
if you want your customers to
reward.
keep giving
like
you
it.
feedback, reward that behavior immediately. Send a sincere thank you letter expressing appreciation for taking the time to be honest. And, even more important, follow up with a phone call a week or 10 days later and let them know what you've done as a result of their comments. Since any organization's public image is largely the result of its telephone techniques, doesn't it make sense to regard every call as an opportunity to create positive PR?
What a statement,
Think of
Randy.
PR as phone relations. A truly professional communicator takes a moment to prepare himself for peak performance before speaking with the customer. Check your body language. When you
Listen,
talk with
bro,
your
you better
customer,
check your
you'll be
body
hearing
language.
all three communication channels: the actual words you say, the voice you say them with, and the body, which acts as your expressive instrument. Shift your concentration from whatever has been absorbing your attention to only one focus: the caller. Put your customer in the spotlight. Prepare any materials you'll need while handling this call. Now you're ready for that all-important first moment of contact.
Hey, did he wink when he said that?
The first words you say when you answer determine how the call will proceed. If the call begins
Sup?
poorly, you may turn it around, but only with a great deal of effort. The best way to get the call heading the right way is to start by giving it a good solid push in a positive direction. Nothing counts so much as the first few words you say. There are 3 important ingredients to an ideal telephone opening. Begin with a friendly greeting, with a good morning or good afternoon. Say it with a smile on your
I think you should take the Paul Heyman approach. I think he always said, issue a greeting, tell them who you are, tell them why you're here, and tell them why they should care, or something like that. It was some form of that. Like how to get the how to immediately like take control of a crowd or a conversation.
Your face and mean it. Then identify yourself and your organization or department. After breaking the ice with your friendly greeting, help the caller feel reassured that he's reached the right person. Be sure to say your name and your company name slowly and clearly. After a friendly, clear introduction, there's one final ingredient to that first.
Let the records of YouTube show that King TL saw the words 80s cooch and immediately thought about bumping coke.
Opening statement. The invitation to move forward.
Entertainment only.
How may I help you today? Really gets you headed in the right direction. Notice that I'm not suggesting you ask, may I help you, or can I help you, since those aren't really the questions you want to begin with.
When did the Thorpe start adding that? to the description of their videos for entertainment purposes only. I don't remember seeing that, but maybe I just didn't expand it out very often.
After all, you're not seeking the customer's permission to help.
Good morning. This is Lisa at Acme Insurance. How may I help you today?
The best way to start reacting professionally is to think of that first telephone ring as a signal reminding you to prepare, check your body language, focus your concentration, assemble your materials, and then smile and greet your caller. There are two major areas of vulnerability in phone relations: transferring calls and putting people on hold. Beware. This is when tempers can flare. There are several ways to transfer calls. The best way is to use the conference feature on your telephone. Most modern systems allow you to transfer a call so that you, the caller, and the person to whom you're transferring can all be in the same conversation together. Though a conference transfer is best, there are a couple of other ways to transfer a call that also work well. One is called the announced pickup. Ask your caller to hold and then announce the call to your coworker using the customer's name. Another effective transfer might be called the preview technique. In other words, you preview for your caller just what's going to happen next. If you can't announce the caller to your coworker, at least tell the caller what will happen next. When you can't use these methods to transfer a call, at least be extra careful to handle the
I think that's been the most consistent advice, like, through all these videos today, was make sure that you smile and you're sitting up straight and you're projecting warmth when you're speaking on the telephone.
Transfer smoothly. If you're clear, friendly, competent,
Simulating
you'll
an
be putting
airborne
yourself
and
way out
effective
in front of
form of
most call
communication.
handlers. When somebody announces that they're going to transfer your
Probably
call,
effective.
don't you notice that you immediately get somewhat tense, half expecting to be cut off or lost in Never Never Land? Your callers feel just the same way. Provide that reassurance to let them know that you'll handle the call smoothly.
This cat wants some coffee cake.
And then take any extra steps you can to pave the way for rapport between the caller and your coworker. Another danger area comes when you place any caller on hold. It feels like your fate is out of your hands. Will anybody
one's not
come
even
back?
saying
Will you be
anything.
left dangling interminably? Perpetual hold is one of the most common irritations. There are 3 simple steps for placing a caller on hold. The first is to give him a choice.
Mr. Jackson, I don't have that information in front of me, but it'll take me just 3 or 4 minutes to track it down. Would you like to hold briefly, or may I take your number and call you back in a few minutes?
Second, reassure your caller by periodically coming back on the line. If the holding period is going
Those eyes, they snuck up on me, I gotta be honest.
to be 20 seconds or longer, you can bet that he's going to start feeling uncomfortable. You can go a long way toward limiting his discomfort by simply checking back.
Mr.
Showtime, we were talking about your theory earlier. We didn't go in depth on it, but we did discuss it, of what your idea of darker than we ever imagined was, and we tried to time it up to is it October 17th or October 27th is like the big day.
Jackson, I haven't forgotten you. I'm getting that information now. And don't worry, I'll be right back.
And finally, when you first return to the call after a period of silence, your very first words should be, "Thank you."
Thank you for holding, Mr. Jackson. I have that information for you, and I really appreciate your patience while you were waiting.
As you can see, it doesn't take any superhuman feat of expertise to master the basics of great phone relations. Everybody who answers a call, transfers a caller, puts one on hold, or takes a message is at that moment capable of creating positive PR. Make phone relations a top priority.
Pregnancy is 10 months, not 9. Then there you go. Then there's our that unlocks our secret to the Showtime theory then.
I'm sorry you're unhappy. Let me transfer you to the right person. If you just listen for a moment. just about had it with this lousy job.
The emotional call can be either an extremely positive or a very negative experience. Most often it's the latter. But it really doesn't have to be that way.
What's he doing here?
Handled smoothly, the trouble call can result in a stronger relationship with your customer, and, just as important, you can be left with a sense of confidence, competence, and power. When you can handle the emotionally charged caller, you can handle anyone. You know if the call's going to be a rough one within the first few seconds. The caller's tone of voice, accusatory language, and loud volume all say, "I'm going to let you have it." How you react at this point determines the outcome of the call. So, prepare yourself. Check your body posture. Uncrossed limbs, erect posture, and an overall alertness show that you're ready to listen. The best impression you can convey to an unhappy caller is that you're interested, concerned, and ready to help. Be sure your body shows that attitude, and it'll carry through to your voice. Just as important, the physical act of adjusting your body gives your inner self a signal that you intend to manage your behavior instead of just letting it happen. Next, get ready to take notes. Emotions don't solve problems. Facts do. And you're about to get a barrage of facts. Capturing them on paper keeps your focus on the content rather than the emotion of the message, gives you a written record of your conversation for future reference, and lets you show the caller that you were listening.
I'm glad you've brought these facts to my attention. They're really important, and I've jotted down some notes just to be sure I've heard you correctly.
It's just as if you were saying, "I'm not brushing you aside or taking you lightly. I care about what you are saying, and I've taken the trouble to be conscientious about hearing you." Problems can be solved only after gathering information, and you're about to get a barrage of information. Much of it is emotional, some of it is objective fact. The critical task in defusing irate callers is to listen. Complainers sometimes have a lot in common with Mount St. Helens.
Complainers.
It's as if they have bulging lava domes of anger all built up inside them, and they just have to vent some of the hot gases before they...
Yeah, tits out, be erect, release gases, is what he's saying.
They explode. Let the whole eruption happen.
Off.
Problems can be solved only
Tits
after
out,
gathering
blast
information.
off.
Listen rationally and hear what the caller has to say without interrupting. As you're listening, provide verbal feedback to let the other person know that you're there.
I'm here, brother.
I see. And then what happened?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
I see.
Go on.
Understood.
I follow you.
Absolutely.
No, I understand.
Completely.
As long as you remember that the information you're receiving, though negative in tone, is
You're in
valuable,
sync?
you
What
can
does that
stay
mean?
positioned in a receptive stance, ready to hear more. Okay, you've prepared yourself.
Well, King, normally this is where the stream would end. But because we're in a simulation, we can continue on for a bit.
And listened rationally. Now you need to establish rapport with the caller. Complaint calls start off with emotional expressions.
I'm going to take a power position against reality and just shift time.
Solutions are rational. How do you get from one to the other? First, be sure that the emotions have run their course. Then, build a bridge to rational discussion. That bridge-building process is your conscious...
So when you say, "Are you done?" Would you like to talk about a solution now? Or would you like to continue being a victim?
effort to establish rapport. Begin by using the other person's name.
Mr. Thompson, thank you very much for letting me know about this situation.
There's no sweeter sound to any person in any language than the sound of his own name. Then, state your purpose, which is to solve the problem.
Now, my highest priority is solving this problem with you. I'm personally going to work with you until we get this thing straightened out. There's nothing is more important to us than your satisfaction.
Grid 1 Motorsports, the early years.
In effect, you say, you and I are on the same team. Let's pool our energies and work together. Be sure to mention that you have jotted notes. Your aim is to show the caller that you have a sincere interest in solving the problem and that you've been listening.
Now, I'm concerned about this situation, and your experience is important to me. I've jotted down some notes while we were talking just to make sure that I understand exactly what happened.
The caller starts getting the idea that you actually mean what you've said. If you took the trouble to write notes, Maybe you actually do intend to understand his side of the story and take some action. Now, ask questions to gain further clarification.
Now, I want to be sure my notes are accurate so that I really understand what happened. Then we'll figure out how I can help you, okay? Now, you mentioned that the shipment arrived on the 17th. Did you first notice the damage right away, or was it after you opened the carton?
You prepared, listened, developed rapport.
For some reason, I kept thinking, he looked like Pete Rose.
Or, now we need to create the solution. Here's where we lose track of our roles. We get the feeling that we're on the line, all alone, thrown into the
All right, see you dancing on the sun.
Position of single-handedly coming up with a quick solution to soothe the complaining customer. But wait, are you alone? You've been telling and showing the caller that you're on the same side. You want the same thing, a solution that produces satisfaction.
Absolutely.
Ask what the caller would like.
Mr. Thompson, I know that you've already given this situation a lot of thought. Would you please tell me what would make things better for you? Now, I'm sure you have some good ideas. What would you like me to do?
Since you're all...
He's like, listen, Grace, I've got a new arc. You've got to hear it. Oh, she's ignoring me in chat 6 times saying this. Here, let me donate $20 to make sure she sees my new arc that I know she's going to love.
Ultimate aim is to win back the dissatisfied customer. It makes every bit of sense to ask him what he wants. Be sure you speak in positives. When emotions are running high, as in complaint situations, word choice is critical. There's an emotional world of difference between...
I can't do anything but send out a serviceman, and I can't do that before next Wednesday.
And...
I'll be glad to send out our service specialist. I'll make sure that repair is scheduled for Wednesday, if that's a convenient time for you.
You and your partner work together to create the solution. Now, sell the solution. Regaining the faith and continued business of a disgruntled customer is a selling process. The product is the solution or action.
Were you in the chat, King, whenever Grid One did that? He said he had like a new storyline for Grace.
You've promised. But the inherent value or benefit of that solution may not be clear to the complainer.
And of course, as soon as Grid One shows up, everybody in chat is like, I see people from this chat that are like, you have a big fan, Grid One, Mark Fusion, and all this stuff, and then Grid starts in.
Make it very plain.
Mr. Thompson, having that unit repaired on Wednesday means that you're still going to be able to finish your production run by the end of the week. Of course, your original guarantee will still be in effect, and our service specialist will also be able to inspect the mounting on the unit to make sure there are no vibrations that may cause problems in the future.
So now you've prepared, listened, built rapport, and
did you hear that? You can get your vibrations guaranteed.
Created the solution. But don't forget the confirmation. This is a high-risk, high-reward situation, so it's well worth confirming your mutual understanding. Carefully review the steps you've promised to take, as well as any action the complainer will be taking. Reinforce the same team orientation by using terms that indicate mutuality.
Yeah, he kept typing in chat, I've got a new arch for you, ARCH. He had some storyline he wanted her to do, and she kept ignoring him. And then people pointed him out in the chat, so I just said Grid One is the absolute worst. And then he's like, oh, no, nobody cares about Mark Fusion. And then he kept getting ignored, and so finally he donated $20. And then I had the stream muted, so I couldn't hear her, but I think Grace must have defended Grid One's honor at my expense.
Rather than saying, I want to be sure that you understand what I'm going to do, say, let's be sure we're both clear about what we'll do next. Of course, the more explicit, the better. Confirm exactly what you'll do, what you're expecting of the customer, and when it will happen. Right after you hang up, take the next step and follow through. There are lots of times when you can fall slightly short and be forgiven. Solving a customer's problem isn't one of them. It's absolutely...
I do agree with him that the more explicit, the better.
...imperative that you take precisely the action you've promised. As soon as you hang up, record in your calendar each step and exactly when you're going to take it. In most instances, you should say...
I would tell Grid 1 to go check Social Blade and see who has more people that care.
And a written confirmation of the solution to which you've agreed. Always thank the customer.
That's like Grid 1 is obsessed with Social Blade, of like comparing where people rank on Social Blade. I don't know why. I don't think you gain. I mean, do you really gain anything from? I mean, does it even proven that it's even accurate?
Customer for taking the time to help you improve your service or product. The written follow-up gives you another opportunity to create a positive impression and help mend that damaged relationship. How you respond when an angry, complaining caller reaches you is the acid test of your phone power. Sure, there are some totally irrational people out there, but most complainers do have valid points and can offer valuable suggestions if you follow the complaint handling agenda. Remember, no call offers as much profit potential as a complaint call.
He's just like somebody, he just doesn't make any sense in this world. It's like a, I don't know any other way to put this. It's like he's a, I don't know, I don't want to say like tourist, but I don't know, he just doesn't, to me, he just doesn't fit in at all in this little, like, maybe on that side of the Panelverse or something, I don't know. I just think he's awful.
We've talked about time-saving techniques and the principle.
I think it's because every time he calls in or whatever, he'll like be in chat and try to get Grace's attention, and she always ignores him, but he'll always emphasize the fact that like he's got so much going on, but maybe he can set aside 2 minutes to come on and talk. But in the meantime, he spent like 2.5 hours in the chat. People like, oh, I'm at a family gathering, but I can maybe sneak away for a few minutes to chat with you, Grace. Like, what?
Principles of power talking. We've reviewed the basics of outstanding phone relations and seen how to convert complaint calls into profit opportunities. Phone power is mostly common sense. Every time your phone rings, each time you call someone else, focus all of your common sense on unleashing the tremendous power of your telephone. This is...
I don't have any ill will toward him. I just think he's the shits.
George Walther, more phone power to you.
Oh, I guess that's it. Okay, let's watch the, I think we have time, yeah. We might just, it might be an expiration of time thing, if we can find this. Sloppy Daniels. Sloppy House Party. Here we go.
First of all, I would like to know, is everybody feeling merry? Well, if you're not feeling merry, feel the closest one to you. In fact, I got a letter in my pocket now I got from my mother-in-law. She wrote me from Texas. She said, "Dear son," she said, "I'm writing you to give you some out news from home." She said, "The bathroom caught a fire the other day. Lucky it didn't spread to the house." Your Uncle Will died. Today he would have been 107 years old. He married a young girl, 16 years old. 2 weeks later, he died. And it taken them 3 days.
What kind of party are they at?
Days to take the smile off his face. And an extra 2 days to close the lid on the casket. I never did get that joke. It's a little too hard for me.
What the fuck?
The tomcat that you love so well is blind now. The other day, Harry was in the bathroom taking a shave, and he knocked over a bottle of castor oil. And the old tomcat licked up all of the castor oil. Now he's the busiest cat in town. And got 9 more cats working for him. 3 digging, 3 covering up, and 3 looking for new territory. Old blind Toad. Your Aunt Carrot stayed in a hotel room last Saturday night for the first time. She went in the room and discovered a sex maniac in her room. She rushed over and picked up the telephone and told them to send their policeman up there in the morning.
Wow.
Your Uncle Will fought sex for 25 years.
Joe Shabatoni, somebody puts this record on at a party you're at. What do you think the vibe's like?
Fought sex for 25 years, but finally licked it. Your sister May is in show business now. She does an apple dance. She takes an apple and places the apple on the floor and dances around the apple and takes her clothes off. And for an encore, she jumps up, does a split over the apple, and the apple disappears.
Wow. Jeez.
But she lost her job. And another girl got the same job and did the same act with the watermelon.
Wow, dude.
And for an encore, she spits out pumpkin seeds. Says here, P.S. P.S. I would have sent you the $10 that you asked for, but I found out that I had already sealed up the letter. Now, how you do that? It's always good to get news from home, I'm telling you. The Republicans' 23rd Psalm. Ike is my shepherd. I'm in want. He maketh me to lie down on park benches. He leadeth me beside steel factories. He restores my doubts in the Republicans' party. He guideth me to the path of unemployment for his party's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valleys of soup kitchens, I am still hungry. I do fear evil, for thou art against me. Thou nunnest my income with taxes, so my expenses runneth over my income. Surely poverty and hard living shall follow me all the days of the Republican administration, and I shall live in rent houses forever. 5,000 years ago, Moses said, pick up your shovel, mount your ass, and I shall lead you to the promised land. 5,000 years later, Franklin D. Roosevelt said, lay down your shovel, light up a candle, and sit on your ass. As this is the promised land. Now with Ike, he will take your shovel, sell your candle, kick your ass, and tell you there's no promised land. I was in the doctor's office the other day, and some fella come in the doctor's office just shaking and act like he was half crazy. He come in there just shaking and said, Doc, I come here to see you because I have to be with my wife 2 and 3 times a day. Doctor said, you be with your wife 2 and 3 times a day? He said, that ain't nothing, Doc. I be with my secretary 2 and 3 times a day. Doctor said, you be with your secretary 2 and 3 times a day? He said, that ain't nothing, Doc. I be with my girlfriend 2 and 3 times a day. Doctor looked at him and said, well, young man, you better take yourself in hand. He say I do 2 and 3 times a day.
Wow. All right, let's do a real quick look at wrestling with racism. Political commentary, yeah. Okay, what was I saying now? Oh yeah, wrestling with racism. Okay, yeah, this is the one that got recommended to me here, I think was part 1. It says subscribe to Wrestling with Racism on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram for more white truths.
My weather down here, y'all wanted to.
Well, sorry.
Go home. Subscribe to Wrestling with Racism on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Fanbase, and at Ron Carpers et al. On Twitter X for more white truths.
Sister is black, but she is sure not pretty, and her skirt is short. Lord knows the legs are steady, and to walk to school.
Well, that's the thing about content. There's only one way to find out what it is, and that's to watch it.
She's got to get up early, her clothes on, but they are never ever dirty. They're living just enough, just enough.
Oh, here we go.
It's freezing. Is it? Y'all, it do get cold down in Mississippi, don't it? Yeah, much snow last week. Yeah, well, we got a couple of inches the other day, and we may end up with a couple more inches by the morning time. So, but we did pretty good up here in Michigan without having no snow throughout December and shit in January. How cold is it down there? About 38. Okay, so I'm wishing for it to be 38. You almost sounding like the next man, which is our other co-host, the foundational bearded American. What's up?
What's going on, y'all? My bad for the tardiness.
Yeah, that's another 50 coming out your, we'll work on that later. How's the weather down there in sunny Florida, Miami, Florida?
Hey man, last time I brought up my weather down here, y'all wanted to fight me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna threaten you in the public. I'm actually asking for trouble right now. You know what I'm saying? Because Chad is the one that I'm sitting up here talking about my fucking hands is freezing because I'm going off from my cart or something, and then he talking about he got to turn on this goddamn air conditioner.
Yeah, bro. I learned the hard way not to bring up.
I don't know what this is.
Is because it's the main issue is because they don't have any new stars. They don't have any type of real homegrown stars. The only reason why WWE got hot is because of Cody Rhodes. I'm not going to lie and say, Cody.
Wait, you putting all of that on Cody back? Would you not credit The Rock or? Would you credit Cody Rhodes or would you credit the WrestleMania buildup?
It was a mixture of both. It was Cody, it was The Rock, and the WrestleMania buildup.
Well, I don't feel like the theme is
quite
really
honestly,
here.
that was the reason why. They don't have that now. What do they have right now?
Nothing. They don't.
They have.
There's not a single area in the WWE main rosters that got anything positive or promising going for them right now.
They got the Yeet Man, but that's it.
That's not promising. That's steady.
This is why I say 2020 to 2022 is way better than what they're seeing right now. That's why I stopped. Like I said, I know that was a pandemic and all that stuff, but the quality was
at the
way
same
better.
time, like I said, the spotlight is 100% on Triple H.
Oh,
and maybe proof of that could be, one of the things that we found out this week is that Road Dogg Brian James is head
All right,
writer or
well,
co-head writer of SmackDown again.
let's try
And
one more
if I
from
can
the
remember correctly, I know
algo poll. Earth to Ashley. No? I mean Earth to Ashley? Sure. No, oh, hang on. Let me check to see what the name of this video is. Hang on. Oh, okay. No, hold on. Here we go. I've had this account come up a couple times in my algorithm. I watched a little bit of a video. Join me daily for a vertical live stream. Bad at Love sing-along. Here's one streamed 3 hours ago. Is this a girl? Is this a...
I feel like I look...
I don't know about that one. I think I want to take a pass on that one. Let's go into my algorithm if we can find something that's a couple minutes long. Uh-oh. Oh, let's see, hang on. Let's see how long, see what VP's doing.
Oh, I just said that, Janny. Lying and presenting it as fact. We just said the same shit in different words. What's the confusion? We just agreed on the same thing here. Why are we arguing? I just gave you a definition that matches your definition of slander. What is the confusion? Yikes. Yeah, Janny, and why are you anon? You do know you clip, right? And you're part of a community that doxes. Why are you anon? Am I the only one who doesn't have a right for privacy while I make a profit off of it? Or do you just have the right to be anon and profit off of my fucking sweat, tears, and fucking abuse, basically? Every time we have this conversation, that's where it's going to come back to. It's ridiculous. You're smart. Yes, you're smart. You're using someone else's content to make a profit, even though they're the ones getting hurt for it.
Uh-oh.
While you tell them, oh, you're a live streamer, you deserve it. No. Actually, no, Janny. We've had this conversation 1,000 times. I became a streamer mostly because I was defending myself against slander that Chicken started. Okay? I'm here now. It is what it is. And I have a right to ask for things that you think you deserve to, for the record.
Man, we picked a good time to come in.
I know you think you deserve things. Well, guess what? I do too. And I'm not going to sit here and act like you have some right to privacy that I don't. It's not true. It will never fly with me. It doesn't work. Sorry. Try another one. I agree you're done, bud.
Whoops.
Alright, guys. I'm laying back down. Fuck yeah. You guys can talk. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. You can talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to take a nap.
No, I don't, South to West.
I want another cigarette. Should I smoke another cigarette before I lay down? Yeah, I'm going to. Yo, Yo, Mark Fusion. Well, I have gained 40 pounds in 6 months. It is what it is. No, Janny, it has nothing to do with you suffering. It has everything to do with me asking for mental health lines and you not fucking giving 2 fucks. And it makes me feel like you're a little bit of a douchebag, actually. The fact that I've screamed at this point, my mental health matters. If there's no reason to my mental health being abused and thrown around, why am I going to put up with it? I offer you an exclusive, okay, that I don't give other people. And that's despite your chat. The fuck is the problem here? No, I ban people in my chat that fuck with me too much.
Good
Thanks,
shit.
online friend. This is ridiculous, Janny. I'm not even having this conversation. I mean, it's ridiculous, dude. Like, I'm willing to give you shit that I'm hiding from everybody else to protect myself. And that's still not good enough for you. It's not. It's not good enough for you.
That's difficult to say because depending on how you view it, Grace may have like, well, I don't want to say invisible, but there might be more to her than we've seen. Vegan's pretty open about everything, I feel like. I mean, that's not to say that she's always truthful, but I feel like she's always truthful, but she does seem like super open about stuff. Gosh, I don't know. That's a tough one.
I can't make you happy, even though I'm giving you more fucking benefits and fucking content than I'm giving anybody, really. The only reason Alex and fucking other clippers are because you don't want to clip me anymore. How can I win here?
Oh, no.
What do you want from me?
A clipper breakup is happening.
Okay, there is no issue, Janny. I literally adore and love you, and I would love to work with you with everything except for restreams. I'm not cool with unless we put a monetary element to it. And since we can't agree to get on that, we need to agree to disagree and move on. And everything else is fine. There's no conflict. I just don't want you restreaming me. Well, I don't have any fucking incentive to be abused for no reason with your chat. I just don't know why I would want that when I've been very clear about not wanting it. There's no confusion to me on this, TBH. But I don't know where else to go with this. I would love.
Amazing. VP. High drama with VP today. It's done now. Please fuck off forever, you idiots. You want to watch it? Let's take a couple minutes of Ruby, then I gotta go.
Kind of have shaky hands, especially I haven't
Sorry.
been eating. I'm pretty stressed out. But I did get a selfie stick, so that's better. I broke my last selfie stick because I do think I need to see a doctor because I might have some muscle disorder. I thought it was just tardive dyskinesia, perhaps, because a lot of people can get that side effect from taking antidepressants or whatever. And I've been prescribed a lot of different medications in the past. I went off most of them, but I have considered maybe I do need a mood stabilizer, maybe I need an antipsychotic, but no, I'd rather be skinny and psychotic. Not doing Seroquel, no.
Seroquel, wow.
Okay, look at that. Ruby, I'm so proud of you. Ignore the haters. Good for you. Thank you, Jimmy. I mean, I'm proud of myself, too, that I just went and fucking did it. I'm a procrastinator, and they were banking on me not doing anything. So I really do appreciate that they were egging me on because that helped me get the motivation to just really get this done. So I do appreciate that. Great work, idiots. Hey, Stevie. Hey, cool guy. I mean, I have a lot of mixed feelings on psychiatric medications, and the evidence around them or lack thereof. It's kind of, I don't know. But if it's helping you, you know your life, okay? It's so fucking dumb. People are just.
I was just about to ask you the same thing. I saw him pop up in the chat and I thought, he said, he was like, he's so proud of her. And I was like, when? That's an interesting defection.
It's like, tell some random person like medical advice, like they have any fucking insight. Like, total Ruby victory. Yeah, I don't know why. No matter what they do, they're always gonna say they will never like really admit this is a massive W. Because for them, it's always a win as long as they're getting attention. People are saying their name, and they don't know how to do anything. I just need to get home. Maybe a weed pen would help. Maybe I'll get a weed pen. I think I have enough to go to the that store. I remember I almost walked in front of a bus though because I'm kind of.
Are you asking what Jimmy said? Jimmy Tumorhead guy. He said that he was like proud of Ruby and to ignore the haters. I wonder if she thinks it will increase her chances of getting the restraining order by live stream. All this. Who knows?
Like just didn't. I just don't want to go psychotic again. It's like a fear of mine, you know? It's actually scary, you know? Ruby, stalking and cyberbullying is a good topic for LL Angels. Yeah, I mean, we try to be just like really genuine and real and talk about what we're going through, but also try to be positive with it. So it's the perfect topic. I mean, it's not perfect topic.
Oh, she got it approved?
Anything. It's a fucking nightmare, and I highly wish none of this happened, because I was gonna rest, I was gonna work on making great content, focus on things I like, not focus on things I hate. So, but we're good. It's only 1:21. Maybe we'll do the show a little later today. We'll see. But I just want to go home and decompress. Maybe I'll smoke some weed that'll help with my anxiety and just being a little jittery and all over the place.
Kidnapping survivor.
Perfect topic for EFD to guest. 206.
Who said that? Who said
Concerned
perfect topic for
about the
EFD
mental
to
hysteria, but
guest?
proud of you for following through. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad too. I took videos of it because, yeah. It's also, to be quite frank, it's like a form of reality testing because this is something. Never mind. That's what they want. They want me to question and fuck up my whole sense of reality. They're just.
Yeah, you can. I think essentially how it would be considered an emergency order of protection. They could grant that like instantly during whichever right there at that session.
But I feel pretty locked in.
Which, regardless of Keno, like I said, if the cops saw them driving to Ride of the Valkyries, I mean, that probably alone would be enough to maybe the judge might approve it.
And unlike them, but it's good to be in touch with other people. I'm saying, Ruby, don't think about going psychotic. That's what they want, and they'll have to make fun of you.
OPC Don, what are your thoughts on getting a big guard dog? Why not a big guard turtle?
Don't give the bastards W. That's my girl. Yeah, no, and I don't even think that's happening. I'm just saying it has been a concern of mine. Just because it happened once, it could, I've never experienced anything like that. But when I was in fentanyl
The Thorpes were barred from the entire town of New Haven.
withdrawal and didn't sleep for like 9 days. Didn't sleep or eat. I couldn't even keep water down. I went psychotic. I was running into traffic, like half naked. But it was like, yeah, they would call it Keno. My mom was crying, like chasing me with like, it was, what they find to be Keno are like the absolute most tragic low moments of life. And that's how you know they're demonic, because that's what they want. So yeah, I try to like be open and just speak my mind, and try to keep it 100. I even feel bad for lying on stream yesterday and saying I was going straight to my friend's house. I was going to go there after work, and my friend is, the one I work with, Cam Dog. That was the male voice in the background. And he was totally there for me, so supportive. The whole bookstore, they had my side. They weren't mad at me at all for it. you know, and they've known about the situation just peripherally from them like harassing me and being obsessed with me online for like the last 6 months or whatever, going on 7 months. But there's just something about the rooster. They're just jumping about me. Joe, they missed her. Ruby is a master of evasion. I did escape. Dude, thank you so much. Get crack. Dude, we're not getting crack. We're gonna get some weed, bitch. Dude. Okay. Dude, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. That was, yeah.
You got a cigarette there?
Always.
I appreciate it.
I always got a cigarette.
I didn't know that was you.
Yeah.
Ruby getting shaken down for her cigarettes.
Yeah, baby. Hi. I'm on YouTube right now. You've been on the channel before. Do you want to stay off it?
Oh, you on YouTube?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm just sitting here, you know, listening to my music, listening to a little bit of Tupac.
This is my buddy,
Ease the
Jermaine.
Pain by Tupac, you know what I'm saying?
Hell
He's
yeah,
probably
brother.
one of the greatest rappers in the world.
Oh
One
my
thing
God,
I like
this is
about
amazing.
You remind me of Martin Luther King because Tupac wasn't afraid to say how he felt, man.
Exactly. How you been?
Good. I
Good,
mean,
looking good.
I saw your brother yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin
yeah.
over at the restaurant.
Oh, nice. Don't say where he works, though, just because I'm on the film, but
Oh, no,
I just went to file a restraining order.
Oh boy, here
because
we
these
go.
people from YouTube showed up my house. So I just filed a restraining order so that if they show up again, there's gonna be some pow-pows. And I called the police on them yesterday. Yeah, it was very crazy, but I'm gonna go chill out. I need a lighter. I don't know where my cigarettes keep going out because it's all like windy and
Ruby collecting the bag. Wow.
shit. Oh, damn. We both out here in LA. Oh, hallelujah.
OPC Don in chat saying that he's frightened of the film The Birds.
Oh, thank you. Man, let me get a bigger cigarette.
Oh my God, this is amazing. What content?
Perfect. Thank you so much. You're the best, Jermaine. But yeah, I was just gonna go. I think I'm gonna go get a weed pen
Whoops.
and just try to unwind and relax and decompress. And then I have a podcast I do later. But anyway, you have a good one. I'll catch you later, Jermaine.
I had some weed earlier.
Oh yeah.
I had a weed pen too.
Well, I'm trying to get on your level, babe. That's Jermaine. I've known him since I was a teenager. Ruby, sent you some change wordables. Jimmy, thank you so much, dude. Holy shit, I need to check because between the sunlight and distractions, I hope I'm not missing any people, but I so fucking appreciate
The other day I saw Vegan Patriot get bullied out of her cigarettes too.
it. I so fucking appreciate it. Also, the thing yesterday is I know, like, I could have gotten my shift covered because I was in this crazy scenario and I didn't want to be sitting
Ruby is a multi-millionaire. When's the check hit?
stuck at my job. That's why I was trying to get them away from that area, which totally backfired.
I think I watched the first one. I was gonna do a stream of all of them, and then I just kept putting it off, and I forgot about it.
But at least they gave up and didn't show up at my actual job, so that worked. I did evade them.
Getting high and watching Ruby's My Addiction series.
This is where another used bookstore that I've worked at. Someone I've worked at I think every used bookstore in New Haven. Yeah, that's all I can think of right now. People forget I'm old. I'm old, bitches. I've been in the city for 16 years. So sorry you had to go. Did you file the restraining order? Yes, I did. Yeah, and I have
Is Ruby saying she run? Basically, she's saying she run New Haven.
I took photos and video of it because I don't know why they think that I won't
bump,
do that. But yeah,
bump.
so now I'm gonna call the judge and
Man, I wish we could watch Intervention on here. Oh my God, that's all we'd watch.
just make sure that it's all clear, and they won't be able to contact me or come within 100 yards of me or my employment. etc., etc. I guess they're gonna have to find something else to restream all the time. I don't know. Anything but make content, literally anything. HK says, I'm sorry I had to go. Did you? Oh, I just read that. I had $200 bounty on Diamond since last time. Ruby equal books, fun, weed, Red Bull. Among the perfect moment. Switch to
Well,
Monster
wait a
Mocha.
minute.
Ooh,
Hold
that actually
on.
sounds
Wait.
good. Okay, and this is
wait,
where
wait.
this was the last show I had when I was.
If Ruby's a millionaire, she's got to be still waiting on the check, right? If she's got the money coming in.
Using it. Thank God they fired me, but I made so much money. Yeah, that was like the bulk of it. I wasn't really heavily relying on like ChatterBait and stuff like that at that time. I was just doing whatever I could to get as much money as possible. Well, I never was into stealing from people or small stores. I had this like very strict. I've always had my own rationalizations, like weird, like strict moral code that I wouldn't go past. And thank God for that. Thank God for those boundaries, and that's why I got clean. By the grace of God, hallelujah. So, but this is common when someone's on an insane upward trajectory.
By the grace of God.
Haters are gonna try to like come at them even harder. So, it's yeah, not surprising. Lynx totally destroyed Grace last night. It was brilliant. I know, I saw that. I was trying to disengage, and then someone messaged me. It was like saying that Lynx went. I misunderstood. And I was like, dude. I was like.
Jimmy burying Grace in the chat. Don't get me wrong. I love Grace and want the best for her. I'm done, though. Everything they did was wrong. I'm Team Ruby and LOL, says Jimmy. Wow. All right, well, I got to go. I'll be back tomorrow, though. We'll do Prime Time with George Dorunda. I hope you enjoyed our journey into effective communication and just random... I don't know, prison ministries. I don't know if that was the same group that did the Christmas one or not, though. Yeah, Tumor Jimmy, I think. All right, but anyway, I'll be here tomorrow for George Dorunda. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you soon.